Hello everybody and welcome to Apex Online Racing, hosting the 9 hours of Paul Ricard. I am John Watson. I'm joined in the commentary box by my good friend Brayden Hills. How are you doing, my friend?
I'm doing quite well. It's rainy days here in Le Castellet, France, at the Circuit Paul Ricard for 9 hours of racing. We've been hoping to get some rain for a little while in one of these Apex Online Racing endurance events, and we finally got it. So it's going to be quite interesting to watch as we see they are just gritting up right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Our prayers have certainly been answered on this occasion, and very heavy rain conditions at the moment that we've got, and also more importantly, I think that's going to make it quite an interesting race is that the wind speed at the moment that we have is quite high. So it may not stay at this level of rain consistently. We might see some changeable conditions, which could start to make things very interesting considering the race distance we have. Um, by the looks of it, we have Black Godsor on pole in the Lamborghini, which not necessarily a car that's particularly conducive or friendly under wet conditions. So it'll be interesting to see how he copes with this, at least the early stage of the race. And I think we're going to be seeing the likes of Solomon Vandervelde and Parker perhaps in that top four in the Aston and Lexus. They're cars renowned for being very good in the wet that might look to work their way up through the order. So as we lead into the beginning of this race, and while everyone's getting warmed up, what do you think is going through the drivers' minds at this particular moment?
Well, if I'm driving either of the front-engined cars that we see at the front of the field currently, the Aston Martin or the Lexus, I'm feeling pretty darn good. If I'm on a Lamborghini or a McLaren, maybe I'm a little bit more nervous with the rain because these conditions are certainly going to favor those front-engined machines, particularly that Aston Martin Vantage V8 that we will hear rumbling around the track for the next 9 hours. Especially with a lot of puddles developing on the circuit. We've seen some people in practice spinning in a straight line. So the start of the race is going to be very interesting with just under 2 minutes remaining until we get a green flag. Everybody finalizing their setups, making sure they have everything ready to go in the cars. And now just making sure everything is ready to go from race control. Looks like everything's good on that end. We have had a server restart at the very beginning that should hopefully relegate any issues and prevent a need for another server restart with the race itself. But we have seen some issues in the past that hopefully have been solved on the end of ACC. Now, in terms of the rain, I guess I'll ask a question right back to you, John. What are your thoughts in terms of strategy? Do you hang back and wait, or do you take advantage of the conditions, especially if you're in one of those front engine cars that will have a huge advantage given the rainy conditions?
I think if you're one of those cars where, like say you've mentioned the Astons, the Lexus, they're definitely the guys that are in the hot seat at the moment to really try to capitalise at this beginning point of the race. And I think, yes, it's a long race, and you can't win it in the first couple of laps, but these Lamborghinis and McLaren, there's an Audi we've got down in 15th as well. They're going to be struggling during this portion of the race, and we don't know how long this rain is going to last. So I really think, you definitely want to be cautious and make sure that you don't do anything stupid in these early laps. But if you're one of these guys that thinks that they can start making the way up through the field, like the likes of Schumacher, we got down in 12th place in the second highest Lexus, as we have our cars pulling away for the formation lap now. If you're him, you've got I think 6, 7 mid-engine cars ahead of you, and this is the prime time for you to be able to start making your way through the order early on, and then trying to gap yourself, get out of trouble in this portion of the race. So then if the conditions do sway back to some of these guys in these mid-engine cars later on in the race, then maybe by that point you've got enough of a buffer to try to cover them. But you know, I don't believe that the conditions that these guys qualified in were anything like this in terms of rain. So, you know, the Aston, the Lexus, you know, they're no slouch when it comes to dry pace either. So I think they'll be very happy with what they've been presented with for their race possibilities so far.
And you make a good point. We have the pleasure in Assetto Corsa Competizione of not just having one single track condition throughout the race. So it could dry out, it could rain harder. We really don't know what the future holds. So these drivers are going to be on the edge of their seats, both literally and figuratively, throughout this race, trying to take care of these cars and not get into any trouble. So we're seeing them get formed up. We have some lovely liveries out on track that we'll try to talk about. Try to talk about each of the teams as they go around the track and introduce some of the drivers that we'll see here and get a few interviews. Up in the booth, we'll have our ACC moderator, Heiko, and in booth, friend, a friend of the stream, up in the booth for a few interviews and try to keep everything as interesting as possible. Of course, going to be no shortness of interest in on track, especially with the rainy conditions in this beginning of the race is going to be very interesting. Do you expect that we'll see a wreck at the beginning, or do you think that everybody's going to back off and be a little bit more mature for the beginning of the race?
Well, it's one of those things where I'm expecting people to be mature and I'm expecting people to show caution, but, you know, these conditions are tricky and we have a very densely packed grid of fast guys, and, you know, like we said, there's a lot of these guys that right now, they're going to be sandwiched perhaps between cars that will struggle in these conditions, so they're going to look to try to make up some positions, and sometimes, you know, even if no one actually does anything particularly wrong in this early stage of the race, it can still unfortunately have quite catastrophic consequences. So I think these guys, you know, we've got a very talented field that we're going to have in front of us today, but you know, that doesn't always guarantee that you're going to have completely clean racing at the start. But hopefully, fingers crossed for all you guys, so that they don't have their race ruined in the first few laps. Everyone will be able to keep it clean. So we've got everyone starting to probably get into formation now as they round the final couple of corners. So the tension building for all these drivers. The mid-engine guys, as we already said, nerves are probably starting to rise a bit. And it'd be interesting to see how these Astons, for example, get off at the start. And they are approaching the line now. We have a bit of a reshuffle, so I don't think we've had quite green light yet. Everyone in formation now. And we are away, and it looks like it's been a good start from Bolsaw off the line. Looks like everyone's generally maintained position. We have one Aston going up the inside. Bolsaw does cover that position off into turn one. Got the Lexus trying to have a bit of a hunt and a nudge. I've seen Pillar already go on the apex. That didn't last very long. Can't see any cars that have had any issues in the background so far. Vandervelde, I believe, has lost that position though to Parker off the start. So wondering about whether or not some of these Astons might perhaps struggle. We've got McLaren 650S, not a car that you necessarily expect to be seen down here, as the leaderboard now goes crazy of all the cars adjusting. But I think so far, I'm hoping not to commentators cursing, but so far it does actually look like it's been a pretty clean start from everybody.
It does indeed, and we're going to have to keep a very close eye down the straightaway. A lot of puddles developing on the back straight, especially that have caused a few of the cars to hydroplane off and end up in the wall during practice. These drivers are going to be very careful while also trying to stay in the draft. You see the Lexus go to the left-hand side behind the Aston Martin. That's Parker on Solomon making a move for second place. He has now the outside line, and the preferred line does stay with Solomon, the Aston. That was very tight indeed, right on the apex, and Solomon a great job of defending. And interestingly enough, I noted just coming to the start of the race, Goldsaw was doing an excellent job keeping his tires nice and warm, swerving back and forth and making sure that his brakes were warmed up as they came to the green. Perhaps that had something to do with how effective he was off the line, but a decent advantage for him, about half a second coming around to finish the first lap in just a few moments' time.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely the start that he would have been wanting to get in this early stage of the race. But, you know, it'll be interesting to see as time goes on. The Lamborghini, known for being quite aggressive with the temperature of its tyres, and as in the final corner, getting a little bit dicey now between Dalkey and Lexus. And I think that might have been one of the Astons. I can't quite see the name. That all got a little bit tight on the final apex, but I don't actually think we had any major collisions, and then looking at the mid-map, everyone was still very close together, so a good clean start by the whole field for the time being. But it's going to be interesting, like I say, as this plays out, because yes, as you say, his Black Gold Source start might have well been to do it with having such a such well heat up tyres off the launch, but Lamborghini does start to really stretch those wet tyres out after a period of time, so he might be pulling away now, but maybe the race pace will start to come back to Solman as Parker as they head up this very, very long back straight. It's such a long straight, and it really does provide some opportunities, and I wonder if one of those opportunities actually will be Parker trying to hunt down Solman. Adam not fantastic in a straight line, and that big Lexus is going to try to swoop around the outside again. We've already seen them try doing this once. They managed to make it cleanly through one time, and they Parker already making the move before they arrive at the corner. So, well, there's me suggesting that maybe the pace might be coming back to Solman, and a lap later was not able to replicate his defence of that position. But interestingly enough, I think that gap is slightly narrowing between Black Goldsaw and those lead couple of cars, so it will be interesting to see how that plays out. But really nice move there for Parker, and probably I'm sure he would have been very pleased to manage to get that done on the straight as opposed to having to risk side by side again through that very fast right-hander.
And quite a few battles throughout the field. We've got a pack of drivers around about the 16th position between Dapo Dreich, Christian Miles, and Nigel Chua. And Darren King is well involved in that battle. That's a pretty tight group there. We've actually seen them side by side coming down the back straightaway a few moments ago. We're seeing a lot of an abundance of the Lamborghini, the Aston Martin, and a few McLarens. Really not much else competition-wise in terms of other manufacturers. We see a Ferrari and a Nissan a little bit further down the standings, as well as a Porsche around the back of the pack. Now, before the race, we were actually talking about everyone's favorite ACC streamer, Jardy. He's currently in the 6th position in the number 39, I should say, excuse me, 39 Lamborghini. We're used to seeing him actually in the Audi, so it's interesting that he went more so in favor of the balance of performance and what car is the strongest as opposed to...
Oh, sorry to cut you off there. Contact down in turn 4. I believe that might be Wozniak in the Ferrari that got spun around. I'm not quite sure who he made contact with, but that looks like that might have been the first casualty of the race. I don't think damage would have been too severe, but not what he would have been wanting at this early stage of the race, as I think he now falls almost all the way to the back of the grid. Yeah, sorry to cut you off there, Brayden, just happened to catch her.
Quite all right, and we see a huge pack all the way down in... What position is that? Hard to tell. That's down in 16th. Nearly 3 abreast coming down the straightaway. Yeah, that's a huge pack right there.
Very dense.
From the Nissan. That was a very dense grouping indeed. The Nissan Godzilla, as many people call it. Yes, the Lamborghini's been actually bumped out of the way a little bit, it seems, by the Aston Martin, who was ahead. I think that's Darren King who pushed him out. Actually, no, that's a little bit further. So I think that was actually Nigel who got biffed out of the way there by the Aston a little bit further ahead, now under pressure from a really, really big pack of cars just behind. So this whole pack all within, we have maybe, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cars all under a blanket, and man, that is tight.
A little bit of nudging in that final corner there, just to let him know he's behind him.
Yes, indeed. I don't think there's any better way of showing your presence and making it quite clear than to make contact there. And actually, if you look a little bit further ahead at that
Oh,
bright
three wide in
pink,
turn one.
oh my lord, these guys have no patience, do they?
No, it was all calm on the first lap, and ever since then it's gone out the window. We've decided that any sort of friendly racing is definitely over, and there's even bumping now between the Nissan and the Aston that were part of that three wide pack. And the Nissan of Cody Pride does get through, albeit with a little bit of contact. But yeah, these guys down in the mid-pack definitely being rather impatient and not hanging about at the moment, really, to try to make some moves. But that what was a very dense pack does look like it's spread out now, although it looks like Cody is the man on the move at the moment, so he can slightly out position qualifying, because that Nissan far superior in a straight line to the Aston. That's very close. I think he actually had to back out and throttle then. Got his nose chopped off in this fight for 22nd position. Will he be able to have another go? We've also got battles actually going ahead of them. They're almost three wide into this fast right-hander of turn 10. I think everyone's managed to get through cleanly so far. And Cody, does he try to have another look into the follow-up? No, he's not quite close enough. So, although then again, actually saying that, Nicholas has gone slightly wide, leaves the door open. Cody's going to say thank you very much, and in fact, Gaston actually going to lose another position to his fellow Aston friend as long as they don't make contact through that very tight. Oh, there's a Lexus off that's just dropped down.
Martin's fun, yeah, just behind the Lexus. Not sure if that was contact between the two of them that resulted in that. Now, to go a little bit off topic for those watching on YouTube, first of all, we're very happy to have you along with us for 9 hours of racing here in the Castellet. But we also are, with the support of our good friends over at PitWall Live, are providing live timing for viewers and competitors alike. I will send a link in the chat here in just a moment for those to click on. You register and you'll be able to see lap times, the live leaderboard, as well as the stream, all in one place. So we appreciate you guys supporting our stream and supporting our friends over at PitWall, and we thank them, of course, for their support and their help getting all of this set up. Just wanted to throw that in there, make sure everybody knows about that and is able to take advantage of that, because that is certainly a fun opportunity to get a little bit more of an in-depth experience on track. Here's we see a really tight battle. I'm not sure what position this is for. This is actually down for 17th and 18th. Nigel under pressure yet again from one of the Nissans. So we're seeing both of the Nissans moving forward. This one is the number 33, currently piloted by Cody Pride. He is making a move down the straightaway. The Godzilla showing its straight line pace, though the draft a little bit in favor of the Lamborghini. A big group of cars just behind the Lamborghini, two Aston Martins as well there as they head into the corner just offline. Goes the
bit wide.
Well wide off the corner. And that was a little bit of a tough move. Great defense by Nigel thus far. He's been falling back quite a bit and has been struggling to maintain pace. Clearly, Nigel having a hard time in the car, getting his head in the game and getting a good rhythm. But how can one get a rhythm when you're being overtaken constantly and everybody's dying around you?
Yeah, it's not exactly the most conducive to finding your feet on the track, but just to mention something we missed while watching all the hectic stuff going on in the mid-pack, we've actually had a change of leader. James Parker making his way past in that Lexus. Black Gold Soul still definitely in hot pursuit, although does seem to be dropping back slightly now. But you know, we said about how his conditions would be suiting the likes of the Lexus and the Aston. A little bit surprised by Solomons. Not exactly a lack of pace, but you know, he's got Jardier not too far behind him in fourth place in another Lamborghini. Black Gold Saw, you know, I think generally maintaining the gap between himself and Solomon. So Solomon in that Aston not really seeming to be able to capitalise on these conditions too much at the moment, but James Parker certainly making the most of it and starting to try to make that gap that we mentioned. But interestingly, looking at his line, going up that back straight, already having to move onto the off the racing line to potentially cool down his tyres, and the Lamborghini behind him which is the car I would have expected to be doing that. Does not seem to be too worried about that at the moment, so that's a bit interesting. But you know, all going on throughout the entire field at the moment.
Indeed, certainly no lack of action. Actually, looking a little bit further back in the pack, to the 24th position, Mike Skeppers in the V3 Racing Aston Martin making a move on the Lamborghini. He goes to the right-hand side and gets clear well before the corner at the end of the straight. You can see some of the rain starting to accumulate to the offside of the track, and want to stay on the track surface as much as possible and in the line. Looks like a dry line almost developing a little bit. The heat of the tires and the cars starting to displace a bit of that water that was developing on the track in between qualifying and the race, or practice and the race, I should say. We did not have qualifying before the race. There was sessions throughout the week, and our Super Bowl session that set the qualifying order, and a huge group of cars just ahead of Mike Skeppers there in the number 8 V3 Racing Pro Team car. His teammate Adam Flynn a good bit further back in the Porsche, the only Porsche in the field. And speaking of big cars, since we were talking about the advantage of being in a front-engine car, a little bit of shout out to some of the cars a little bit further back who are in those front-engine cars. The Bentley number 108 in the 31st position. That is currently piloted by Heinrichsen. A little bit further up in the AMG, let me take a look who's in that car at the moment. Can't quite see. Also, we have a couple of the Nissans that are showing quite a bit of pace, and then obviously the biggest shout out up to the front of the field is our new leader, James Parker, the Lexus, certainly flexing its muscle so far in the number 889, James Parker, with now the biggest lead we've seen at the front of the field, 2 seconds now, the gap between himself and Goldsaw behind, but still, we haven't seen Solman. Surprisingly, we have not seen Solman make a pass on the Lamborghini, so a very good, job done by Goldsaw to maintain the second position in the number 2 Lamborghini, and another Lamborghini that is Jardier up 2 more positions in the 4th place.
Oh,
number
sorry
35.
to cut you off there. Contact on the back straight, would you believe it? Aston Martin, or somebody getting into the back of Christian Mies in the Lamborghini, down 22nd place, actually made contact on the back straight and sent the Lamborghini flying. Fortunately, did not make contact with a wall or anything, but that is rather incredible. And you know, we're 15 minutes into this race, and somehow we managed to have a crash in a straight line, which is not something that I would have been particularly expecting at this point in time. But yeah, these guys definitely still showing quite a bit of aggression.
Oh, we have a spin.
Oh.
Nigel's day goes bad to worse. That's in 20th position. Nigel, the Speed Tavern entry, the Lamborghini. He has just been falling back since the start. Unfortunate for him, he has not been handling these conditions very well. He's all the way back down now past 20th position. Now has lost 8 seconds because of that spin. All the way down as the timing and scoring updates. Now looks like 29th position for the number 313, but it's really hard to look away from that big pack around 19th, 20th position. Actually, even a little bit further back in 22nd. A big group of cars that just can't seem to get away from each other. There's the Lamborghini from Lexus, followed by the Aston Martin. Those 3 leading that pack. Looks like the Lexus getting a huge run on the Lamborghini there through that corner. Now it gets to the inside line. Oh, that is tight. Mike Skeppers just behind, going to try to take advantage of this side-by-side action. He now goes to the inside. Will he make it 3 wide? No, not quite. He does get well inside of the Lamborghini. Now has not the preferred line to the outside line. So the Lamborghini does a good job of defending. And actually, it looks like Skeppers loses a spot there. 2 spots even, heading back onto the straightaway. Now, on the topic of that wreck on the straightaway, I did note in practice and in the pre-race, a lot of puddles on that straightaway, and when you hydroplane and lose control of that car, you are just a passenger. There is no longer any feel in that steering wheel of your GT3 race car, and it's rather impossible to do anything about it, so definitely got to be careful when you're side-by-side with somebody, and choose very carefully where you place your car on that long straightaway here at Circuit Paul Ricard, and that pack continues to be tied together, almost like they have rubber bands between their cars. Skepper's the meat in the sandwich between an Aston and an AMG Mercedes. Now the Mercedes goes to the outside line, but I think Skeppers will be able to defend that. If you look a little bit further back, DeWald Nell in the Ferrari, want to give him a little bit of a shout out. He's using just about the least popular car in this race for Centurion Racing, the number 9 car, trying to keep up with the Lexus ahead, but I don't think he's going to have much of any chance at doing that. Want to make sure we give everybody a little bit of a shout out. If we look a little bit further down, one of the only BMWs in the race, currently in the 35th position, the BMW M4, or sorry, the M6, that is, in a rather brilliant livery, the number 7 car. Not too far behind Adam Flynn, one of the only Porsches, or actually the only Porsche, I should say, in this split. And we'll have, of course, tell our viewers there are multiple splits for this race. We had enough entries that we actually split the race into 2 different splits. So we'll have some interviews from our second split drivers to get some updates on that. And if you do go to the PitWall Live client, there is an option to go to the second server to get live timing and scoring for that race. We now see the number 7 trying to make a move on the number 3. That is the BMW putting pressure on the Porsche, but Porsche pulling away a little bit in a straight line, which is interesting. We've seen the Porsche struggle a lot. And yeah, I stand corrected there. The BMW way faster in a straight line. The Porsche is certainly very unpopular for this race because of its lack of straight line speed. Now to look back towards the front of the field, and we'll see a little bit of an update on the gap. 3 seconds now, the gap between our leader, James Parker, who now has a quiet. It's funny, you go back to the cameras further back in the pack, and you hear the rumble of all the engines, and you go up to the front, and it's rather peaceful. Just a rainy drive on a Saturday, isn't it?
Yeah, it's definitely a very different atmosphere between that mid-pack, and you can really see that visualized on the mini-map as well. We have this group of going down to about 4th place down to Germany at the moment, where then there's another bit of a breakaway, then another small group of cars, I think rounding out roughly our top 10. And then there's just these big clusters. I see a yellow flag actually in turn 1, I think. I'm not quite sure who that was for. Can't see anyone major in that position, although I have actually just gone on to Manos, that was down in 15th, who spun through turn 4. So I think our second casualty in that corner. So rather unfortunate for him, dropping a few positions. No contact though, so hopefully he should be able to continue without any issues really, and use some of that pace, try to make up some places. As Grigo Stangrit now trying to make a position up on the number 14 car of Stefan, and it looks like it might be a fairly easy move to get himself up into 15th position, heading towards that very fast right hand of turn 10, and yes, and he has cleared him already. As in the background then we have 2 more Aston Martins going side by side as they head through turn 10. Looks like Jacob is going to lose out there, and indeed will have to concede that position as our once again ever dense pack of cars for these positions, scrapping just outside of the top 20. Great to see such intense fights all the way back in this field, and you know, no one is particularly just going out for Sunday drive besides our leaders, who do seem to be having a rather more peaceful experience, as we've already mentioned. One thing I have noted is I think there's actually might have just been a bit of contact there. Potentially, I think they actually managed to keep it clean. Just about Wonko and Tyson got very, very close together in that penultimate corner, and that Mercedes starting to look like it might be making a bit of ground, maybe looking up to make a move into turn 1, having to look around the outside, but I don't think that's going to happen. No, and you will have the door shut, and then he's compromised the line, Tyson, though, so he might be able to use that Mercedes power, actually, then get to the inside, going down into turn 3, so will he get himself in position? Tyson covering the inside, Wonka not having any of it, going to send out the inside, outbraking himself a bit, though. Can he keep position on the exit? Got to be careful of those curves. Then we've got Tyson actually battling with Shepherd's, who's thinking he's had a bit of this. Pink McLaren as well, now getting involved with Rommel. It's all kicking off again down these positions outside the top 20, and I think in the space of about 5 corners we've had about 3 position changes, as now Rommel's under all sorts of pressure, getting it wrong on the exit going onto the back straight now. With the Lexus of Halley looking to perhaps take both these guys, as the McLaren really seems to be struggling. Has got damage on the front of that car, so might be struggling aerodynamically, might be a bit draggy at the moment. They're going to be approaching turn 10 now. Great speed, and McLaren will concede the position and pull back. It looked like for a second then that one of our lone Ferraris that we mentioned earlier was perhaps going to try sending out the inside of turn 10, but did think better of it in the end.
Well, I think it was Skippers who was trying to make the move originally on the McLaren, and Halley did a rather brilliant job of using the McLaren as a pick down the straightaway. Mike he had a run coming off the corner, but lost it, getting stuck behind the McLaren, and Lexus was able to pass both of them, pulled past with that rather powerful V8 engine in the front end of it, and basically showed the Aston who's boss by making that pass there. And these guys, this is basically the biggest gap any of these drivers has had since the start of the race, and I've been studying some of the lap times at the front of the field, and Parker has been pulling away from everybody in the top several positions. The only 2 cars close to one another in the top several positions is actually Nico Solomon, currently under pressure from our good friend Jardier, who is actually going to look to make a move to the inside line, gets in the draft of the Aston Martin, not able to make anything happen there. Great defense from Solomon once again, but it seems like that car definitely struggling in a straight line, and I don't think it's the Aston. I think it may be the setup. I think they may have put a little bit too much downforce, perhaps, on the car in anticipation of having to handle in the rain, and perhaps overdid it a little bit, and have now severely stunted their pace on the straightaway, the longest straightaway of basically any track that we see these cars race on, because you see he pulls away rather significantly from Jardier in the corners, but once it comes down to that long back straightaway, as we see Jardier actually overdrive the corner a little bit and lose quite a bit of time there in that last corner. But as I was saying, when it comes to that straightaway, he's really quite helpless. If anyone gets any sort of run on him heading into that final corner, it's basically done and dusted, as long as they can get past before they get back into the corner.
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely quite an interesting battle between these guys, and yeah, the Aston Martin of Solomon, hasn't really demonstrated the pace so far that we were previously expecting, and yeah, evidently on that back straight, this definitely seems to be lacking some additional speed. I have noticed both from some comment in the chat and my own observations that for some reason the skin pack on my end has not properly loaded. As actually, sorry, just to interrupt myself there, someone getting to the back of some traffic as we head up towards the back straight, and now that traffic is moving in front of Jardier. Jardier is going to get position over Solomon, so I'm trying to work out who that was. That is the Ferrari, one of our only other Ferraris of Benjamin Kerbal, that put himself in a very awkward position there, and it is tricky through that set of corners. I think maybe Solomon just slightly misjudged the closing speed that he was going to have, but yeah, that's not going to help him at all. He's lost position, got damage, and that's definitely going to make his race a bit more awkward. Kerbal making a much better attempt now of getting out of the way of some of his other drivers, but yeah, Solomon really not having the sort of race so far that he would have wanted. But yes, just to come back to the point I was trying to make, I realised that the skin pack for some reason hadn't loaded correctly on my setup. So I am currently trying to fix that issue. So thank you for the people in the chat who let me know. So I might have to temporarily put you on the radio show, Brayden, to restart ACC at one point. So
I don't
we
think
shall.
you'll have to press him, just exit the session, then go back in. Though I'll send you a private message about that. Now, on the topic of interviews, I had a lot of really positive response to some of the interviews we had in our last endurance race, the 12 Hours of Suzuka. So going to try to get some interviews in here for you, since the front end of the field has spread out a little bit. We now taking a look myself at Solman within a second still of Jardier, despite that issue he had with the traffic. If you look a little bit further in the pack, it is still spreading out a good bit, though a tight battle for 21st and 22nd at the moment. If I go a little bit further down, and I'll actually, would you like to try to sort that out? And I'll do a little bit of a radio show here, shall we?
Yes, I am. I'm in the middle of trying to do that. But yes, so I think I shall have to temporarily hand over to you, and the viewer can enjoy your lovely voice, giving them a nice broadcast of what's going on while I try to sort this out.
Of course, I am American, so my voice isn't quite that lovely. I don't have one of those accents that the ladies love. But anyway,
Oh, don't put yourself
some of
down.
the some of the closer battles on track, and worth noting, the Nissans continuing to march their way up to the front. Cody Pride in the number 33, slow enough team Nissan, the white liveried car, making its way down the back straightaway, all the way up to the 11th position. They started a well further down the field. His fastest lap actually is quite good there, 2:02.3. We were in the dry conditions. We'll expect some conditions sub 2 minutes lap times, as the leaders just now coming across the line. 1.2 seconds the gap between Jardier, and we're actually seeing Martin Schumacher in the number 514 starting to make up a good bit of ground on Nico Solman, who's fallen back a little bit. Now, to give a little bit of an update on one of our drivers that we saw struggling quite a bit at the beginning of the race, if I can find him, Nigel Chua, who started up well in the pack, is now all the way down to the 36th position. That's the number 313 Lamborghini. He's gone all the way down the field, 3 seconds, 3.5 seconds even. The gap to the nearest car. Really unfortunate start to the race for him. Hasn't been able to do much at all. Perhaps some setup issues for that car, I would assume. I mean, that was a really fast car in qualifying. I can't imagine that he has. I can't really think of anything else that would account for those issues. Now, on the opposite end of the field, towards the sharp end of our grid, our pole sitter, Goldsaw, up at the top, still in second position. So the Lamborghini holding on well. I had originally hypothesized that we would see him fall down a little bit, given the rainy conditions, but it seems they have spent a good bit of time working on a rainy setup, and that's something that makes ACC so great, and the AOR coordinators have set this up to be really quite spectacular of an event. Is that some of the practices are dry and some of them are wet. There's no guarantee which it will be. So these drivers had to balance their time. Should we work on the dry setup? Should we work on the wet setup? Should we work on a qualifying setup? It's not quite as simple as it is in some other sims or other circumstances, and the rain certainly adds a variable that makes it just that much more fun to watch.
Sorry
As
to
we
interrupt you, because we have managed to now rejoin with what I believe are now working skins. Jardier actually then just went wide in turn 14 and lost the position back to Solman. So, advantage now back towards Solman, and now Jardier under pressure from Martin Schumacher in that Lexus, who will be very keen to try and make use of this opportunity. Schumacher definitely, I think, seems to have been closing up slowly but surely on some of these other guys. Lexus, in general, showing good pace at the moment, and he'll definitely be licking his lips to see if he can try to make a move now to, potentially put himself in a podium position. And interesting, I've just seen a comment from someone in the chat saying that Jardier is using a dry setup at the moment because he believes that the conditions will go dry later on. So that's very interesting. You know, he's not
Absolute crazy bugger.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we've seen him do mad things in AOR many a time. I think Kyle Army in pretty horrific weather trying to use slick tyres was I think I'm pretty sure he did that twice. Some of his friends learned from the mistake, but now, speaking of which, Joe might actually be losing this position now to Martin Schumacher, who's got an excellent run on him going into his turn 10 and will actually get position before they even arrive at the corner. So all of a sudden going very wrong for Jardier. Perhaps that is that dry setup starting to play a little bit of havoc, because there's a McLaren that's just gone off ahead of them. But well out of the way, and I imagine that is just a spin on their own, so nothing too dramatic. But yes, perhaps Jardier now starting to suffer a bit with the pace in terms of tyre wear, and to be honest, I'm surprised, much like itself, that the Lambos at the front have kind of held in at that lead group, or around this lead group, as long as they have. So, you know, maybe if the conditions do sway in Jardier's favour later on, then perhaps he could be one to watch. But we don't know how good some of these other guys' setups will be if and when we transition to those conditions. So it's going to be interesting to see how this race unfolds.
And that really is the beauty of this type of racing with endurance racing. We have 9 hours, and that is more than ample time for these conditions to change. We could see the sun come out, perhaps. Or it could wait until tomorrow as the song goes. In fact, the gap continues to grow for our leader, and his last lap was only 0.2 off of his best lap, 2:01.569. That time for James Parker, continuing to put a whooping on the field. I don't think really anyone else in the field has broken into the 2:01s. Actually, Jardier himself has, in fact, broken into just barely into the 2:01 second bracket with a 2:01.944, and just behind him, at Igor, we saw him come into the 2:01s. So very few drivers within that time bracket, but a significant gap between James, who is just continuing to put together spotless laps at the front of the field.
Yeah, absolutely. James really putting in some incredible laps at the moment. Just looking back, I was trying to find a battle somewhere, and you know, that battle for 20th position has not changed. It's still raging on very strong with a different group of cars, although Wonko does seem to have been slightly locked in there, as we now actually Northquist can lose the position from Marek. Then we're sweeping around the outside. Northquist can be under pressure from Wonko, perhaps, as they run towards turn 10, but no, I think there is a severe amount of damage on Wonko's car, because you know, that Mercedes, we know, is a bullet in a straight line, about the only thing that could rival the BMW up these straight sections. So as Northcoast then making a mistake in turn 10, which will then actually give Wonko the opportunity he needs to try to steal that position, which he does seem to have done successfully. So yeah, but Wonko is a name that I have seen winning races in Tier 1 before, so I'm surprised that he is currently battling down in the 23rd position. So maybe he's taken a dry setup. He might be hoping for the weather to change in his favour, and perhaps he was involved in some sort of incident already, because I can't imagine that if he had taken a dry setup, you'd have expected that Mercedes to be very, very fast in a straight line, and right now it's losing out to the likes of Aston's, even when he has slipped through. So I think there's something wrong with that car. But yeah, there's this battle ever raging on. So it doesn't seem to matter really whereabouts you are in this pack at the moment. But generally, for the most part, everyone seems to have somebody to race with. So that pack seems to settle down for just a short period. I'll take a look back at our front group. Obviously, we had a lot of action between Jardier and Schumacher. I just realised Solman has dropped behind Eagle then, into 6th position. So yeah, someone definitely not having the race he would have been wanting. And also, Black Goldsaw has been now falling into the clutches of these guys. Slowly but surely, you know, Parker raging on ahead, putting in another 201.6. We'll see what Black Goldsaw's lap time is across the line. His last lap was actually his best. Was it going to be this time? Because he definitely he's made a big mistake. A 2-minute 10 lap then from Black Goldsaw. So yeah, something has definitely gone disastrously wrong. I did wonder how that gap had suddenly shrunk so much, and now what was generally quite a comfortable P2 at the moment has definitely come to quite a big form of jeopardy, being hunted down by the likes of Schumacher and Alexis. Jardier, who will be ever frustrated at the mistake that he made. Igor, who has been gradually working his way through the pack, and a slightly recovering Solomon, who has not been having the pace and generally the race that he would have been wanting to have so much. So far rather. So maybe we'll start to have one of these multi-car battles raging on the front for a change, rather than for 20 position and starting to fight out these podiums. As in actual fact, I say that Schumacher's got a really good exit onto his back straight in slipstream now, back Goldsaw, and I think that's going to be a fairly easy move for the Lexus as they get up to the top of the hill, already covering off the position back onto the racing line, and I do believe that Schumacher has that already done, and I think Goldsaw is starting to lose time hand over fist at the moment, so maybe those Lamborghinis now starting to really struggle at this stage in the race. So it'd be interesting to see whether or not the Astons that haven't been quite as competitive as we would have been expecting so far, if they can start to make a little bit of a comeback. Maybe not someone does appear to be dropping back at quite a rate of knots, but the Eagle does seem to have struck some pretty good pace, so it'd be interesting to see whether or not he can work himself up into 3rd position. But all starting to go wrong for these Lamborghinis that we did wonder if they would suffer, and 40 minutes in, and it appears that is starting to be the case.
Indeed, and we're actually seeing a really tight battle for position for 15th place. That is between the 83 Lamborghini and the number 13 Aston Martin. Or, sorry, that is the Lexus, actually, that is battling with him. That's number 183. Let me see who's piloting that car at the moment. The standings not quite updated. 193, I should say. That was actually a lapped car, interestingly enough, who was giving a little bit of trouble to the 83 Lamborghini. They were going back and forth for a few corners, and even you see now the 193, yeah, making a move, trying to go to the outside, perhaps trying to make up some time if he had some sort of issue and ended up in the pits. I'm trying to find where they are in position. Actually, yes, 37th. That's Joshua Griffin Meek down in the 37th position, and it looks like he is just off of the lead lap, it seems. Yes, that is the case. So he has completed 18 laps. The leaders have now completed 19. So he's down a lap, perhaps some issues at the beginning of the race. You can see a bit of damage to the front clip of that car, but doesn't seem like anything all too significant, as the pace of that car doesn't seem to have fallen off. He still has some decent pace there. Now, actually, a car that we saw have a lot of pace at the 12-hour race just a couple of months ago. Darren King in 36th position in the number 338, though I believe he was actually in the AMG GT3 in the 12 hours, has gone with the Lexus this time. So not quite so good for him, as we see him actually go off the track there, overcut the corner a little bit in the wet conditions, and ended up sliding off to the side. Some of the closer battles in the field now are actually taking a look and seeing that the battle for 20th has come together pretty tight. Yes, indeed, they're coming down the back straightaway. The Lamborghini trying to hold up the Mercedes. The Mercedes front engine, the Lamborghini engine located further back. That is the number 333 trying to hold them off. That is actually not a passive forward position in class, but it is a passive position overall. If you look to the left-hand side of your screen, Our pro class is indicated by the white background with a black number, and the pro am category, or the am category, defined by the gray background with the white number. Only two classes, I believe, for this race. We were originally anticipating a GT4 class, but didn't have enough entries for that. And of course, we always like to invite those watching the stream to join us. This is always an open community, some spectacular racing, and we'd love to see more people like you out on track. And actually, it seems that we have an interview coming up. So we will bring into the booth. In the booth with us now, one of our friends from PitWall Live. Do us a favor, introduce yourself, tell us who you are and what you do.
Hi, my name is Toon Knapen, and I'm one of the co-developers of PitWall.live. PitWall.live is actually a project that I started with a friend while we were watching engineers in real life struggling keeping track of all the live timing, and then we decided to start automating that. And that's how PitWall.live is born.
Well, we're just using PitWall Live for the first time. Tell us about, what the goal of the project is, and what it is today versus what you anticipate it seeing as an end product, or will it ever be an end product, or will it be an ever-evolving project?
This will be definitely an ever-evolving project because there are so many ways to analyze a race and to do real-time analysis to make sure that you have the best strategy, to compare your strategy with the others. This is also happening really in real life. So back to the origins of PitWall.live, it was about 3 years ago where we, my wife is actually CEO of a real-life racing team. And while being in the box, seeing the race engineers, putting all the data into Excel, etc. When the pit stop, when the car pitted, when he was out of the pits, how his sector and lap times evolve. Then I thought, whoa, since I'm in IT, I thought, guys, this can be automated. So we started collaborating with a real-life racing team to do that, to automate all that. But actually, there are already, of course, in Formula One, etc. There are already a lot of very professional softwares out there, but these are gigantically expensive and only targeting real high-level Formula One and really the high-level classes. So we started doing that. That was going well, and then with the whole crisis and now more people going to esports and no real life races, we decided, hey, we can actually do the same thing for esports. And then we started just modifying it to connect to ACC. Later on, we also plan to do it for iRacing and rFactor 2, etc. And voila, here we are. And what we currently have in PitWall.live is, you could say, for a race engineer, the basics. So there's a lot to add, but already for the fans, we hope that we can serve the fans well, because otherwise the fans just have basically a leaderboard or none of that. And this allows, I hope, fans to really read the race a lot better.
Well, why don't you tell the viewers watching on YouTube about how they can get involved with PitWall Live and what they can do right now to be able to get some more information about this race.
So if they want more information about the race, you guys posted the link to PitWall.live on the YouTube. So for the moment, people just click on the link. Then you need to register. This is completely free. So you can register using a Google account or Facebook account, or using email and password, whatever is easiest for you. And then you can directly go to the streams overview. So you have a screen with all the different channels, all the different leagues that are currently using PitWall.live. And their viewers will see Apex Online Racing Server 1 and Server 2. So they click on one of those, and then the dashboard, the live timing dashboard, will open. And what will you see on the live timing dashboard? You will see a leaderboard with all the sector times and lap times. You will see a track map with all the positions of all cars updated live every second. You will see a stint overview. So this is this shows you which pilot is driving. For how long already, and then once the top cars didn't pit yet, but once they pit, you will see actually when they were in the pit, when they were out of the pit, how long the pit stop took, and who took over. And you can also see a gap chart. For instance, I'm looking at the race on server 1, for instance, and I see how the 888 is gaining time in respect to the second or third, and how that gap evolves over time. So this gives you a lot of information on maybe tire wear, fuel load that is decreasing, of course. There's all kinds of factors, but you kind of can extrapolate what is going to happen.
Well, it's been a pleasure working with you so far, and we can't wait to see some of the new features in PitWall.live. Again, the link is posted in the YouTube chat if you want to get some more information about the race. And again, thank you for being with us and helping us get set up on such short notice.
Thanks, no problem. It was a pleasure, and good luck with the race.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So our friends from PitWall.live joining us up in the broadcast booth. John, anything you've noticed during that interview in terms of the action on track?
Yeah, there's been a few interesting things. So we've had Jardier make his way past Black Ultor, who's had a pretty torrid couple of laps. Seemed after that mistake that allowed him to lose his second place position. He then came under pressure from Jardier. Jardier got past him. Then Eagle was right on his tail all the way up until the following lap at turn 3, where I believe Black Ultor seemed to lose the rear of the car and went slightly wide and then dropped back and lost that position. So it does look like Black Ultor is seeing actually twitching on the entry through turn 14 and then into 15 now to round out a lap. But that Lamborghini is looking rather dicey and tricky to work with at the moment. So yeah, I do think he is starting to struggle. There's also been a couple of other things out of the field. I've just gone on board with Vandervelde. Someone that was actually quite far up in the beginning of the race, having a very big moment down in turn 14, and losing another chunk of time to Cody Pride, who I've just noticed his team name is slow enough, but Cody Pride has definitely been making solid gains throughout the stint so far. And Vandervelde, with that mistake, will actually put himself in the clutches of that Nissan that has been which has been doing very well through the field. As I believe, do we actually have our first driver in the pits? Actually, I think we might even have a couple.
We've had a retirement from the V3 Racing Porsche entry. That's the V3 Racing AM car. Apparently, they were having some cooling issues, interestingly enough.
Oh,
and actually,
I wonder if that's a brake ducts issue.
Perhaps. And move being made, Cody Pride now going around Vandervelde. That's for 9th position. And interestingly enough, the Nissan of Cody Pride is actually leading the silver class in the slow enough entry. And actually, was that the 4 that he's just passed? In fact, was that a pass for the lead? I actually would have to look just now. No, that was not.
Yeah, he was already just past Vandervelde.
Yes, exactly. That pass was made just before the straight. So the Nissan flexing its muscles and actually running over a few cones, perhaps tempting the stewards to make any sort of decisions on the issue of track limits. And we'll have one of the stewards in shortly to discuss that. Hopefully, we'll have an interview with our good friend Heiko in not too long. We love hearing from you guys in the YouTube chat as to who you'd love to see in the interview booth. And of course, we always ask that you annoy Jardier as much as possible so that he will come up for an interview. I can't do that all by myself, so we'll have to work as a team to get him up in the Apex Online Racing broadcast booth.
Yes, I believe we do have. I've noticed one of our viewers in the chat has been feeding back some very useful information regarding Jelly. I think as Weber, just runs very wide in turn 14, a recovering Manos is trying to make a move, won't be able to on this occasion. But I think looking quite feisty there, trying to regain some time. Yes, we've had one viewer that's been feeding back some very useful information from Johnny's stream. Manos actually might even try sending to turn 1, I think's better of it, and backs out of that one. But something looks like he's the faster car out of that pair at the moment. But I think at this stage in the race, the last bit of feedback that I had is that Jardier was struggling, starting to struggle quite heavily with the rear tyres, which would start to make sense, given the drop-off in pace that we've seen Goldshaw start to suffer. You would have to expect that Jardier might also be starting to suffer a similar fate. Yes, it would be nice if we could manage to get him into the commentary at some point. So if people do want that to happen, do go and prod him as much as humanly possible.
Yes, of course, we want to annoy him, but nicely.
Yes, in an encouraging way, but only because obviously big personality in the sim racing community, and I think the absolute vast majority of people are big fans of his and would love to hear his voice in this stream if he decides to turn up. Yes, it will have to be a bit of a team.
Who wouldn't love a man psychopathic enough to use a dry setup in pouring rain?
Exactly. See, these are the sort of things that we appreciate in Apex Online Racing.
Yes, of
only
course.
The most unnecessarily dangerous decisions provide the entertainment in these endurance races. As I say that, there's actually a Lamborghini up ahead going a bit wide. I think that was a back
That is
marker.
313 continuing to fall back. Yeah, that's Nigel's continuing to fall back. He's actually up 7 positions. He was in 37th. He's now up to 30th, but still well off pace from our leaders. And speaking of Jardier struggling a little bit, he's now fallen off of Martin Schumacher for the second place position, all the way down now by round about 3 seconds now, the gap between himself and Schumacher. And then another 2 seconds or so back to the number 56, Igor in the Aston Martin. Then our pole sitter in the Lamborghini in 5th place, that's Black Gold Saw, all the way now in 5th, so he's fallen back a little bit. Solman has fallen back at just about an equal rate in the 991 Aston Martin. Andrex UK has actually made his way up in the 55 Lexus, so a great performance from him. And let's give a really awesome shout out to the number 12. That is the McLaren number 12, currently in the 8th position. That's Marlon Andrade, who has made his way up now in the Vanuatu Simsport number 12. He is the final car in the line of the pro drivers, interrupted only by Cody Pride in the silver category, who's leading, and then a little bit better of a mix between positions 9 and 21 or so. Now, interestingly enough, we've seen a few drivers fall back a little bit, or not even move, really. Mike Skeppers has not moved from his station down around 20th position. In 15th position, it looks like we're having a little bit of a close battle, 14th and 15th. And that is Jacob Tarasuk in the number 13. Currently putting a little bit of pressure there on Weber just ahead, and then only 0.2 of a second back to the Lexus currently with Tim behind the wheel in number 180. So that's a train of 3 cars pretty close to one another. We're actually seeing Weber in the Audi come into the pit lane. So he's now one of the first drivers to pit. We'll start to see our first cycle of pit stops rather soon. Nearly 1 hour elapsed in the race. And since we are getting close to an hour, let's do a little bit of an hourly update. John, what are your thoughts on the race thus far?
I think generally so far, I think people have been, for the most part, fairly sensible. Just on board actually in a battle into towards turn 1 between Nicholas and the Bentley of Marcel for 20th position, getting involved in quite a scrap there, keeping it clean at the moment. Bentley trying to make a comeback as they head towards turn 3. As there's actually a little bit of contact there between the pair of them, so I've brilliantly commentated Kirsty in the space of 10 seconds. The pair of them might actually lose the position now to the Lamborghini, I think that is. There's been additional contact between one of the other drivers. I didn't catch who that was in the Aston that went around. I was actually too busy trying to find the Lamborghini that capitalised on all of that at the time. Well, slightly contradictory evidence to what I was about to suggest about these guys, for the most part, being quite calm and reserved and keeping it fairly clean. But I think, given the pretty horrendous conditions at the moment, it's generally been quite good. In terms of the drivers that we currently have up front, as just actually on a battle now going into the final set between Wonko and Napo Briche for 16th position. Wonko still seem to be struggling a bit, slightly outside of where we would have expected him to be, but still charging on regardless, trying to recover what he can from the race. Yeah, in terms of the, as I'm seeing, 2 penalties have just appeared up on the leaderboard. 24th position wasn't out getting a drive-through penalty, and Hendricks in 27th getting a 15-second penalty. So not fantastic for the first hour there to be getting penalties. But as Igor is now putting increasing pressure, might even actually go for the move here as Black Gold then loses back end of the car and has to relinquish another position, and might even be losing another one very shortly to Solman if he's not careful. So I was just about to say that our fears regarding how some of these guys in these mid-engine cars might be coping in these conditions. They did pretty well for those early laps, but as the time has gone on, the tyres seem to have got worse, yeah, it does look like they are beginning to struggle more and more. It's going to be interesting. Their time certainly isn't right now for them to be making up positions, as Black Gold actually pulls into the pit lane, which I think is a rather smart move, considering that he does seem to be suffering quite a lot. So yeah, I think at this 1 hour mark that we are rapidly approaching, it's generally, Lexus right now looking incredibly strong, and Parker in particular, has put an amazing first stint in so far, just being completely unmatched and unchallenged, still lapping in 201s. Was just looking, trying to compare that to Schumacher, who is still saying respectable laps. Wasn't too far off on that last lap, and may have been caught up slightly in traffic, but yeah, certainly as of right now, the Lexus is proving to be very, very fast in these conditions, which perhaps is not too surprising, but it's going to be interesting how these conditions play out later on in the race, and see if the circuit stays in favour of these Lexus, or whether or not the risk that the people like Jardier and Black Goldsaw have taken, particularly Jardier using that dry setup, the madman he is, whether or not the race will start to come back to him. So overall, I think quite an exciting start. Not too much carnage given the circumstances, but definitely a lot more interesting racing to come, especially with how this weather starts to play out as we make our way into the second hour of this endurance event.
Well, a couple of notes I'd like to make before we bring in our second interview and our first driver interview of the race. First of all, a little bit of a shout out to Igor in the number 56, the like and subscribe YouTube team, Aston Martin. He will actually move up a couple of places as our leader. Parker has now come into the pit lane, as has Jardier. However, first of all, that is a rather brilliant looking livery. So props to them as a graphic designer. I do have to take note of that. But also, he's run what is the third fastest lap of the race. So very impressive pace from him, or actually now the fourth fastest lap, I should say, as Jardier has now just taken that position. But interestingly enough, Martin Schumacher, who was in second place until our leader just came into the pit lane, he has now inherited the lead. He has now actually taken the spot of the fastest lap of the race thus far with a 201.296. So he's starting to reel in James Parker, not only on pit strategy, but on in track position overall, as we see our first cycle of pit stops start. And now we will bring in our first driver interview of the race. We have Harlan from the Solvay SHU Racing team. Harlan, how's your race been thus far?
Hey guys, thanks for having me. We got off to a cracking start. Wet conditions. Made a few places by just going nice and easy. So far, just really enjoying racing in the wet in the GTR.
Well, tell the viewers at home, are you in the first or the second split?
We are in the second split.
So,
I think I tried
because
switching on board with one of your McLaren compatriots that's racing in Server 1.
Oh, how's he getting on?
I think, unfortunately, a slightly troublesome race. At times, I know he's been involved in a couple of spins, but is still racing around, and also plenty of time still on the clock to try to work his way back up.
But it's a long race. It's a long race.
Absolutely.
They can pull it back.
well, we wanted to ask you, how's the race, as we see a huge cluster of cars coming into the pit lane, but we wanted to ask you, how's the racing been thus far in the second split? And tell us about where you are on track. How's the start of the race been, and how are the track conditions?
So track conditions, absolutely torrential. It's hammering it down, and I believe that it's going to keep hammering it down sort of foreseeable future. But the car's running really nice. We had a chance to get a bit of practice in before the race in the wet, and the car was running really, really well in the open practice session. So I was kind of, as we went over to the main race, I was hoping that we'd keep seeing the rain come down, and it has. So it's worked in our favour. So running back a little bit now because we've just had a driver swap, but we were running in 8th when I came in for my pit with a little bit of damage. So positive.
Tell us about your team, your teammates. How did this team come together, and what makes it significant?
So Team Solvay Racing with Shoe Racing. We're Sheffield Hallam University. We're a Formula student team, and we're all obviously keen racers. And at the minute, we're not allowed to work on our car with everything going on. So we thought, what can we do to sort of, not only keep our heads in it in motorsport and go out and have some fun, but also something for our sponsors, slap our sponsors on the car and say, we've not forgotten about you. I know that we're in hard times at the moment, but we appreciate all that you do for us. So this was such a quick to come together project, 3 sister cars to run for today. It's all happened in the last week or two. And yeah, we're just very, very happy to be racing.
Well, first of all, I'd like to ask, what does it mean to be Formula students? What are you studying, and what are your goals?
So the vast majority of Formula student people are engineers, and they come together and they build a Formula student race car. It's not what you might think for people who aren't familiar with Formula student. It's not a bunch of drunk students with a load of plywood. We have a fully engineered, very, very impressive car covered in carbon fiber, massive wings. Myself, I'm the media man. I study photography, so I'm in charge of getting all the pictures of the crew, the car, out on track. Sadly, I don't have a lot to do at the moment because we can't get to our car.
How have you taken to the digital racing space, and what are your first impressions of the race so far? How the Apex Online Racing family has welcomed you, and how the racing's been handled between practice sessions and qualifying and the race thus far?
Oh wow! I mean, second to none. I was a big fan of you guys anyway, of Apex Online Racing. Always watching all the big streamers, etc. It sort of feels weird, even though I'm in the bottom split, seeing people like Jardia in the top split and qualifying against him and seeing my name next to him on the leaderboard. Obviously, he's way faster than me. But yeah, no, it's to go from what I'd say was a bit of a pub hero, a lobby hopper. That's what I always did. To come to something that's so organized like this is just absolutely amazing. It's been unreal.
We've actually had a question in the chat from one of our viewers asking, "Who's your sponsor? How's that relationship going in the digital space?"
So our sponsor Solvay, they're our composite manufacturer. They provide materials for our car, particularly carbon fiber, which is, you know, it's the best part of a race car, isn't it? All the engineers love them because they get lots of carbon fiber to play with on the car, and I love them because as a photographer, I've got lots of carbon fiber to shoot on the car, and nothing quite comes out of a camera on a race car like carbon fiber.
As a photographer, do you take care of any of the livery design, or how did the livery on the car come about?
Livery on the car was made by our one of our resident sim racing veterans, James Merrills. I'll be honest, I've never dipped my toes into making a livery, but I think I might have to after this race.
Well, hopefully, we'll see you in some future races. Now, there's been rumors around the block for those who've been around the Apex Online Racing community for a long time as to what the next big endurance event we'll see run by AOR is. Is there any event that you'd like to see that you're a fan of in real life, like perhaps the 12 Hours of Bathurst? Wink, wink. To our moderators watching the stream, or are there any other events that you particularly fancy that you'd love to participate in with the Apex Online Racing community?
Well, I'm a big fan of roller coaster type racetracks, so Bathurst. That's definitely something I'd be interested in. Also, Brands Hatch. I love Brands Hatch.
I think Suzuka
Well,
would be a good choice up there as well.
well, we've already done Suzuka. Don't,
You
John,
can do it again. Everyone likes
bad boy.
Suzuka.
Don't give them any bad ideas. You know they have a hard time coming up with ideas on their own. Sorry, moderators, I'm not actually being that mean. And somebody's actually put in the chat 12 hours of butthurt. You got that right. Anyway, well, it's been a pleasure having you up in the booth, and if you want to, please feel free to send some of your teammates up to the booth for interviews as well. We'd love to hear more about each of you and about your SHU students team, and we can't wait to see you guys participate in some more events in the future.
Oh, thank you guys. Cheers for having me again.
For
Yeah,
being with
cheers.
us.
Thank you for joining us.
Well, that was a mighty fine interview, wasn't it?
Yeah, you know, it's wonderful to hear some of these things, and you know, the former student project as well is actually something that's very close to my heart as an active participant myself. So it's very nice to hear that that some of these other teams that hopefully myself will actually be seeing next year if we're able to turn up to competition with the cars that we're looking to hopefully build. It would be nice to regroup with some of these guys, having watched them out on track, and yeah, it's you know, obviously this year in general has been a difficult one, and it's nice that we're able to substitute some of the things that we've missed out on in the online sim racing world. So it's really nice to have some of these more guys coming in and being able to still showcase their sponsors and come together as a team. And you know, maybe if the idea starts making its way around, we'll have a few more people coming in and do the same thing as well. So we might end up with a whole host of former student teams taking part in endurance events.
Now, an interesting something I've just noticed: we've had quite a few driver changes, which happens to be the number 33, currently leading the silver class at the moment. That has changed. Now we have. We originally. We now have Mr. Kutika. A very clever name. Indeed, in reference to everyone's favorite meme F1 driver, other than our good friend Nico Rosberg. As we actually see and a big pack here. I'm not sure what position that's for. That's actually for down in 22nd position. I think that's a bit of a backmarker situation, but we see 3 wide there. I'm currently following along with the Bentley number 108 of Hall, who is currently down in the 21st position. Stephen Hall behind the wheel of that purple and green Bentley Continental GT3. Now to give a little bit of an update in the classes, after this pit cycle, looks like Jardier has actually managed to get back up into the 2nd position, 20 seconds down currently from James Parker. Stefan Zero has taken over the number 514 Lexus. Igor has stayed in the number 56 car, down in the 4th position, and in the number 2 now is piloted by Kevin Niles. Andres UK continues to pilot the number 55 machine in 6th place. Then down in the 7th position, the 991 is now no longer driven by Solman, but instead by Luca Wiladesh. Then our leader, the number 33 Nissan, leading the silver category. Then back into our pro category, Isaias Varela in the 9th position, followed by Connor Wright. That's number 11. So that is the McLaren, followed by the Aston, another Aston, not too far behind, in the number 4. That's Grigos Dongrit. And Darren King, who's made his way up into the 12th position, a spectacular job by him, and has actually run a really fast lap, 201.875, not too far off the fastest lap by the leaders. So he is showing a good bit of pace in the 2nd spot on the silver podium. Then to talk a little bit more about the silver category, down in 14th place is the final podium position for the number 180. That's the Lexus, currently piloted by Adrian Onamarchi. Then a little bit further down, we have that's actually a group of silver category cars. So then we have Robert Wahoras and Konstantinos in the 46. So that is Lexus from Aston Martin, from Nissan, and then the other Aston Martin in that group, which is Mike Skeppers, who we talked about a little bit in number 17, 17th position, I should say. That's the number 8 car, V3 Racing Pro. Their teammates have already retired, as we noted a little bit earlier, in that silver and gold and black liveried Aston Martin. So that is the top 5 or 6 in the silver category. Certainly worth keeping an eye on for those watching. Again, the pro category indicated by the white background with the black numbers, and the silver cars with a gray background with white numbers.
Yeah, it's been an interesting setup during that last interview that we had, with quite a few positions changing, and I think most notably in terms of the big positions in the whole thing. Actually, for 23rd position now, Lucas Hall coming under a bit of pressure now from Alex Leaf, but is going to back out of it on the run towards turn 10, but is looking rather racy at the moment, and does seem to be there's a car off. I'm not sure who that is, but one of the Lamborghinis has Maximilian for Team Greenlight has unfortunately spun out of 22nd position. Yeah, so that is not ideal for him. But yeah, I think in terms of our top positions, yeah, most notable changes so far have definitely been Jardier getting that position off the Lexus that was handed over by Martin Schumacher. And Stefan struggling a little bit. Last lap 203, might have had to deal with some traffic, but 203 is a little bit far away from what we would be expecting, I think, from some of these guys. Jardier, so still in his car, so he's doing a double stint at the moment then, but Jardier doing a 202 dead, and let's compare that to Stefan, who does a 202.7, so slightly there, but still almost 3/4 of a second different. So Stefan not looking quite as comfortable in the car as Schumacher was earlier. But yeah, I think Jardier actually came out just behind, or the other way around actually, rather, the Lexus of Stefan Zero came out just in front of Jardier, who had already pitted, and then after a short squabble between the pair of them, I think Jardier's tyres just being that bit warmer, managed to get a good exit and get that position. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens over the next portion of this stint, because, you know, if it bears any relation to what we've seen already, Jardier might start to pull away in his first 15 minutes, but that Lexus always finishes the stint very, very strongly. So he might still be able to close up on the Lamborghini, but at the moment does seem to be struggling slightly for pace. And I just wanted to give a quick mention. I know that we've done a few shout-outs already for some drivers, but that lead McLaren in 11th place, I just want to make a note of the fact that it's the 650S. It's not even the 720, and with the inferior aero spec package on that car, and generally just a slower and trickier car in general, I do think it's got quite a chunk of top speed, so hence why it's probably being it's able to show a bit of pace around here and make up some ground on the back straight. But, you know, not a car that we rarely ever see being taken in a race where you've effectively got free choice of what car that you would be looking to take, and you know, very respectable effort at the moment. It'd be interesting to see whether or not Isaias's position particularly change if weather did start to go in the favour towards dry conditions. So I have to keep an eye on that. I also think that there might have been, I'm not sure if that was a change of position between Stangert and Wright, or if they were just getting slightly close together on track then as they went in towards turn 10. But a close fight between those two guys for that 9th position. Stangert will also be hoping to try to hold on to that and make up some ground on the Nissan handed over by Cody Pride to Mr. Kubica, who has got quite a healthy margin, I think, to that Aston behind him. So Mr. Kubica will be looking to try to pull away a bit now and further extend that margin, while Stangert will be hoping to try to not get involved in too many fights with Wright for this P9 position, and just try putting in some clean and consistent laps and close in on that silver class lead. So we'll have to see how that fight develops.
Well, we've had a request in the YouTube chat to see the livery of the only BMW in the field. So let's see if we can find him out on track.
It is very, very fast in a straight line, and I just, you know, but it's also a very heavy car. It's just a rather clumsy car. Kind of almost reminds me of an American muscle car in a way. You know, when all out for top speed and power in a straight line, but the general performance of that car is just a little bit clumsier than the majority of other cars we have in this field. So I don't think Friedrich's going to be able to do a huge amount here unless the conditions start to go possibly more towards his favour of dry conditions. But yes, there you go. A nice close-up of quite a nicely delivery, trying to work out exactly what's going on the side of that vehicle, but it certainly looks like a lot of effort that went into that one. I can see some nice appreciation in the chat there showcasing that. So very welcome, and the BMW making its way onto the front of our live stream.
Indeed, and we've had a few retirements thus far, from what I understand. Currently, it looks like the number 44 card and the 33rd has retired, so too has the number 3, that's the V3 Racing Porsche. So they are down quite a few positions. Now, the interesting thing, though, is that the scoring is still showing that the Hub Auto Corsa Ferrari that is currently Benjamin Kerbel, as well as the 37th and 38th position cars. That's Mohammed Alfiq and Harry Dransfield, who are down a good bit. So that's a Ferrari, a Lamborghini, as well as a McLaren. They have not yet passed the V3 Racing car. It does not seem on track, unless that is an error in my timing and scoring.
It could well be. These leaderboards are sometimes a little bit precarious at times. Just happened to jump on board for a second with Danny Hendricks down in 30th and now 32nd position, I believe. Who has lost a couple of positions after a spin. I have also noticed in the chat regarding volume of my microphone, I'm very sorry. I'm aware that it's quiet at the moment, and unfortunately I have no idea why it's behaving like this. Everything is turned up to maximum, and yes, hasn't been an issue until we land ourselves in a 9-hour endurance race. I shall try to see if there's anything I can do about it, but unfortunately for the time being, we may just have to make do.
Well, I have turned my microphone down a little bit to balance it. Maybe we could turn the game volume down a little bit so that we're louder than that. But we can at least, so the viewers at home can at least jack up their volume. But of course, we do appreciate your patience. We have some of the best viewers in the world. 75 people currently watching. Had as many as nearly 150 when I saw at the beginning of the race. So of course, we always appreciate every single person watching on YouTube and also supporting our PitWall.live stream. So we appreciate all the support that we get from you guys watching at home and from everybody out on track. Now, I'm not sure, but I think Jardier may get out in the next couple of minutes, probably about a half hour. So don't tell anybody, but maybe we can get some people in chat to get him up here for an interview. So see if we can get everyone's favorite ACC. What's a good word to describe Jardier?
I think.
Bubbly?
Say again?
Bubbly, perhaps.
I think
Psychopathic?
he's definitely he's an incredibly positive and just overall likable character. You know, he's very passionate about what he does, engages with his community and anyone that dips their toes into his community. You know, he's always very welcoming and just a nice guy in general. But yes, perhaps with some minor encouragement, we might be able to possibly get him to join us in the commentary box for a brief interview, if he so wishes. So we shall have to see how that plays out. But yes, we will need to recruit some of you guys to try and help us out with that one, if you want to try to see it. And one suggestion there of the role model of sim racing.
Yes,
And
that is a good way.
yeah, and I think that is I think that is a very fair way to represent him. He's always determined. He's very dedicated at his craft, and always willing to take risks, like taking a dry setup in torrential rain conditions. But it's he always has a very positive attitude.
Running second position with it, no less.
Exactly. It's very, very impressive. And one positive comment from somebody in the chat saying that apparently the sound is a bit more balanced now, which is good, and also support for Cody Pride, the car that was handed over now to Mr. Kubica. Interestingly enough, I just want to point out, speaking of that, no longer in the class lead. If I try and...
that myself as well.
Yeah, I'm trying to make...
Strongreet, who is currently in the lead of the class, is the number 4, so the Aston Martin has now overtaken the Nissan. I would have to assume that was on pit strategy.
No, I don't think so. Last lap for Mr. Kubica was a 2:08, so I think he made a mistake, or perhaps was involved in some sort of contact with the traffic. Got a lot of traffic to deal with, but no, unfortunately, although lovely to see the support. So,
yeah, that gap's almost up. Only 2 cars between the two of them, if you look.
Yeah.
They're bouncing back between Kubica and Strongreet, and only a couple of cars between them. The rather lovely looking, the aesthetically pleasing Nissan, I should say, which of course is admittedly a bit of a subjective opinion, trying to chase down that number 4, equally appealing, I should say. Now, interestingly enough, to do a little bit of an update on the front of the field, James Parker has now pulled out a 22-second lead and continues to extend it. It was only 21.
wow.
It was 21 seconds just 2 or 3 laps ago, so he continues to absolutely dominate. And when you look at the car, it looks like he's just there's some sort of stance about that car that is just so calm. You look at the way he's driving, he's not overdriving any of the corners. It never seems like he's sliding, it's never twitching going into the corner on the brakes. It just seems so stable a platform, that Lexus RCF GT3. And when you compare it to those other cars around, it really seems like he's just something about that car. I can't quite describe it.
Yeah, I mean, it is a very, very nice and enjoyable car to drive. It's very forgiving over bumps, and it is incredibly good in wet weather conditions. And yeah, it's so it is a car that naturally we would expect to be in very good contention, and in the very capable hands of James Parker as well. It is one that is not too surprising to see. Also very good at looking after its tyres, which I'm seeing yellow flag somewhere on circuit, but I very think in the final corner the 202 car might have had a spin. I'm trying to navigate my way to that now. Yeah, Hendricks last lap 2:14, so I do think he suffered a loss, and the BMW that we shouted out not too long ago, that's someone's car going very slowly. Yeah, Luca Vidalik basically came to a complete halt in sector 1 there, whilst we were looking at that other battle, and I'm not sure what that was. He's got going now. I don't see any other cars that he was. I didn't see an incident that he was involved with, so I don't believe he was waiting for anybody to regain a position off him or anything. I'm not sure. The only thing I can possibly think of, having brilliantly done it myself, is accidentally hitting the ignition off switch on the steering wheel at the time while trying to negotiate some of the other menus in this game. And I'm not sure whether or not he turned his car off, because he did just for some reason completely pull over to the side of the road, but does seem to be going now, so I don't think that was a driving issue, but perhaps some sort of technical difficulties. But that is not going to help that car's campaign, which has been I imagine it has probably been quite a frustrating racing moment, as we see Kevin Niles going a bit wide through turn 12, but gathering up fairly nicely. Yeah, you know, that pairing, Luca Vajlik and someone, like, you know, two very, very capable, fast drivers that we've seen, you know, at the top of Tier 1 or other events that we've held on many occasions, and you know, I think because that car started in P2, if I'm not mistaken, and just progressively, I know was involved in instant in that first stint, but has unfortunately plummeted down the order quite significantly when you look at the time difference to where P2 is now, and just continuing to have a rather difficult time. So, you know, there's still 7.5 hours to go, so by no means is this race over, and if these guys start putting in clean, consistent laps, stay out of trouble, and actually begin to show the pace that they quite clearly have in that car between that lineup of drivers and the qualifying position. Also, if the weather begins to change, that could start to work in their favour. But yeah, at least for now, definitely not the race that they would have been hoping to have had, as I believe we're at the sixth of the way through of this race. So definitely a long way to go before we even come close to the end of this one.
Indeed, and still the possibility of changing conditions looms over the heads of these drivers. So it actually seems like, if anything, the rain has started coming down even harder. Now, if you look to the left-hand side of your screen on the timing tower, you'll see a red marker next to the 15th place car. That is Konstantin in the number 46 Nissan. He has a 15-second penalty that he will have to serve that has been handed down to the stewards. I'll try to see what the reason for that penalty was, but certainly not going to be great for him. He'll probably lose a position to at least Mike Scapers in the who's actually only 0.8 of a second, so less than a second between himself and Mike. So that will almost certainly be a change for position there in the process of serving that penalty. Then we'll try to get some more information there. Battles throughout the field still. It's impressive that after an hour and a half, we still have, if you look down in 18th, 19th, and 20th, we have a battle here. 3 cars within a second or so of one another. That you'd think they'd be completely spread out by now, but at the end of the day, this really is a 9-hour sprint race. There's really no time to wait around. These drivers are all go, go, go at this point. Certainly no time to waste, given how much the pace, how fast the pace is in this first split.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's you know, it's great to see, and it's I think it's, you know, it makes the races enjoyable for these guys as well when you've got such a I've just noticed, sorry, in the middle of saying that, Kupitz has come into the pits, now reversing up the pit lane, so I'm guessing he's severely overshot his pit box. Still seems to be rolling around, but yeah, the car that the Cody Pro put into that silver class leading position, now making what I believe to be an unplanned pit stop. So I don't know, maybe there was damage on that car, because I was going to comment on as we see actually the Lexus of Joshua Griffin Meek also coming in, but I was going to comment that the gap between those two guys for silver class leaders, we see Lamborghini and Maximilian diving up on the inside on Lucas' car and making it stick a little bit squirrely on the exit of turn 2, but we'll hold the position for now unless Lucas can come back at him around the outside. That's going to be quite ambitious if he tries to make it. Very tight, but does actually look like they've managed to get through there cleanly. But yeah, a race that was looking so good for Cody Pro, who now actually is being swapped back into the car. I can see on the leaderboard, can't seem to actually pick him up to spectate, but Cody Pro back into that car, so that was a very short stint for Kubica there, and was definitely losing time hand over fist to Stan Greet, who now very comfortably in the lead of that silver class category. So not the race that he would have been hoping to continue from what was looking so good for that Nissan that had made up so many positions during the race so far. So I don't know if we'll be able to get any further details on what exactly has gone on there, but something has definitely gone awry and has jeopardised what looked like to be, I wouldn't exactly say a certainty. Obviously, still very early on in the race distance, but you know, definitely put that car in prime contention to take the class win, and now Pride all the way down in 29th position with it all to do to try and scavenge some good results like this.
Indeed, and that is the thing about sim racing. Even in sim racing, you can have some technical issues that, I mean, we don't know exactly what's caused the issues for him, potentially some internet issues, and in reality, it does make it a little bit more realistic, because in real life, you do have, of course, mechanical failures, and this is somewhat of a simulation of that, when perhaps you have someone who's maybe either pedals disconnect or the steering wheel disconnects or has some sort of an internet issue. It actually makes it somewhat more of a immersive but frustrating experience.
Yeah, having unfortunately been at the suffering hand of many disconnections and equipment failures in my own sim racing that I've done as part of AOR, it's definitely a frustrating experience at times. And you know, especially as a driver, if you put a lot of preparation, as there's a battle going on for 4th place in the silver class between that McLaren 650S in 14th position. 13th position, I believe. Yes, and Mike Shepard's in that V3 car with the bright pink Nissan of Konstantinos in close pursuit, but slightly irrelevant in this battle at the moment with that 15-second penalty. I'm not sure if that's a penalty that will be served at his next pit stop or if that will be applied at the end of the race. I think for the most part, any penalties that you get given during something like this will be served during the race itself. So we'll be looking to try to get himself involved in this battle, but won't really be gaining too much from it. But it does look like this is still raging on a bit between these two guys. Be interested to see if the Aston in that slipstream, going up back straight now towards turn 10, will have the legs on that McLaren. I think on the previous lap, Mike did actually send up the inside and ran slightly wide in towards turn 10, so he's going to try going to the inside again. Does look like he got the overspeed. Don't think this position will be quite done before they get to the turning in point, because that McLaren, I do believe, has better straight line speed overall. I say that though, but that Aston does actually get past before they reach the corner, so fair enough. I did not expect that move to come off, but no, excellent stuff from Mike there to, I think, regain that position and put himself back into 13th and 4th in class. Have a little look at some of our guys. There's Harry Dransfield in the car of our friends at SHU Racing that kindly joined us in the interview box earlier. Having a slightly difficult time, unfortunately, at the back of the field, but keeping out of trouble, being, I would say, one of the more respectful cars regarding blue flags, and you never know, some of these other guys that Harry is perhaps racing at the moment might end up with some post-race penalties after some stewards' inquiries, because there has been a little bit of, dare I say, dodgy driving from some individuals under blue flags. As I say that, unfortunately, Harry has now just spun around into turn 3. So I've immediately managed to commentate curse someone into that corner again, as he rejoins, keeps out of the way of the cars that are lapping him as best as he can. But yes, unfortunately, a slightly difficult race for that McLaren at the moment. But he'll keep his head down, and I think by the sounds of it, very good and a very good team spirit with the SHU Racing guys involved in that Formula Student project. So I think they'll just be cheering on one another and looking to complete this event as best possible. So they shall continue regardless. But I was trying to head up towards further up, as there seems to be a little bit of a issue between Danny Hendricks in the BG Audi and Luke Vidalik. Perhaps maybe a slight blue flag issue again, dare I say. But up at the front, I can't see any cars that are particularly close to one another. I think everyone is fairly spread apart. Probably the closest out of the lot is between Giardier and Stefan in third, but even that is a good multitude of seconds on the back straight there. So a little bit quieter at the front of the field, but definitely still a lot of action going on up and down the grid.
Indeed, and after now coming up on another hour, we will expect to see our second set of pit stops in around about 20 minutes or so. Pit strategy going to play a decent factor here, especially with the rain. Some people going back and forth between setup changes, and of course gives them the opportunity to fix any damage. So I'll ask you this, John, how do you weigh out as a driver the time loss as a result of fixing the damage in the pit lane versus trying to just deal with it and having lost a little bit of pace overall each lap?
Yeah, it's a really difficult thing to weigh up. I think for the most part in an endurance race, I think your two key factors are generally how undrivable is the car at this precise moment. Not necessarily how much time are you losing, but how difficult is it actually to drive, and is it likely that you're going to end up doing more damage and putting it in a wall if you don't come in sooner rather than later. But also depends on whereabouts you are in your stint, because if you're at the beginning of your stint, it's pretty detrimental to your race to have to come in and repair that level of damage. So perhaps you might try to stick it out. If you're nearer the end of your stint, chances are that you'll pay the price of the time that you lose on track. As Harry, unfortunately, I think takes another slight excursion on the exit of that was quite close with P34 there. But yeah, Harry unfortunately struggling a little bit with turn 11 down there. Very tricky corner to get right in the dry anyway, with sort of kind of you're never quite sure where you need to be turning in for that one. In these wet conditions, it is definitely a tricky one to get right. But yes, going back to your question regarding fixing damage, it's always a tricky one. Sprint races, I think, are easier decisions. Usually, you will have 0 or 1 pit stop. So I think for the most part, you just always go with the intention of maybe pitting slightly earlier to compensate for the loss of time with the damage, and then stick it out with perhaps some slightly sad tyres by the end of the race. Or if you get it after you've pitted, then you kind of carry on regardless and just suffer the penalty, really, because an additional pit stop will just lose you too much time. But in endurance race, it's we've still got 7.25 hours to go, and I suspect that maybe some of these guys, perhaps that's part of the reasoning behind what we saw with Kubica and Cody Braid. That Nissan suddenly dropped down the order. Kubica brought the car, and Cody now back in. And it might be that somewhere that we weren't aware of that could have been involved in some major contact, and that the car was just perhaps suffering too much. So it's always a tricky decision, and you know, in these sorts of circumstances, there's not really a right or wrong answer, and it's and sometimes it will pay off, and sometimes it won't. And you know, with conditions like we have today. Like the wind has actually got stronger since the start of the race. So although the rain is still definitely coming down, and doesn't look like it's easing up anytime soon. You know, that wind is still very high and could potentially bring in changeable conditions. So it's also difficult as a driver to try to judge that, because you know, you might make one decision that seems like the right one, but then 10 minutes later you find that you would have actually been 40 seconds further up the road if you'd actually stuck it out a bit longer, depending on what happens. So it's always a very, very tricky thing to try to get it right. As there's actually, sorry, I was just gonna say we've got a battle with Friedrich and Toro Grosso going into turn 1. Toro Grosso went right around the outside of Friedrich, a very impressive move at turn 1. Who BMW now coming under pressure from, or is that I think he's being lapped actually by that car of Skepper's.
We also had a battle for position that was between Yin and Strongreet. Yin has now taken the position, Zheng Yin in the number 64. He has now moved up to the 9th position with the number 67 Audi. So the Audi starting to make its way up towards the front of the field. The number 12 McLaren that we mentioned a little bit earlier has actually fallen back a few positions, was in 9th, now in 14th position, under a little bit of pressure from the Nissan behind, but that Nissan also has yet to serve its 15-second penalty, so that battle for position not quite as significant as it would be otherwise. Looking back to the 17th position, we actually have a three-way battle for position, it seems. That's between Ersan Yilmaz in the Lamborghini, trying to hold off the Bentley just behind. That's Stephen Hall in the 108, trying to put some pressure on him down the straightaway. Gets to the slipstream. Looks like he'll move to the inside. The position covered a little bit by the Lamborghini. Now the Bentley goes to the inside. He'll have the preferred line going into the corner at the end of the straightaway. The question is, will he be able to make the move stick, or will the Lamborghini be able to defend? They're side by side now. At the door is the nose of the Bentley. The Bentley now makes the move. The Lamborghini goes wide, and I believe the Bentley now has the position. Yes, that is the position done and dusted, but just behind now is the Lamborghini. That is Dewald Nell, or sorry, that is a Ferrari. The number 9 going to put some pressure on the 83 coming through the next couple of sectors. So certainly not going to let this battle die down at all. But the Bentley +1 position and the Lamborghini -1.
Yeah, absolutely. That was. I thought it was going to get a little bit dicey there between the Bentley and the Lambo through turn 10, but did actually keep it all clean as they come round to close out that lap. I think also Stephen Hall in that Bentley adequately named the Bentley Boys for their team. I think that might actually be our only Bentley in the field. So I think similar to the BMW, the two largest cars that we have present here in the endurance race today, only being represented by Seoul teams, respectively, but nonetheless, manufacturer still at least being represented in the field. I do remember seeing some rather disappointed comments in the chat about the lack of presence of any Hondas in this grid, and I think unfortunately for the most part that's mainly due to the fact that the Honda is just a rather rubbish car to drive, and particularly I think struggles in a straight line, which around here unfortunately in Paul Ricard is an extra large penalty as such. I've seen a comment here regarding a possible steward's inquiry revolving around car number 361. Well, regarding any penalties for drivers, I'm not sure if do we have live stewards active in this race? I think we do, don't we?
Yes, we do have multiple. I've been trying to get Heiko to pay attention to me and be my friend. As we see now the position being made, DeWald Nell now getting the position on the Lamborghini, but the Lamborghini fights back to the inside. That's the 83. He will maintain the position after going really wide, trying to make a move on the Bentley. He's way to the outside there, trying to maintain a wet line. And now Jardier trying to get into the middle of it. Jardier trying to lap them all in the second position, so he now goes to the left side of Yilmaz in the Lamborghini. Lamborghini versus Lamborghini now headed towards turn one. Jardier trying to minimize the time loss to the leaders, but it seems that he has lost a good bit of time getting through that bit of traffic there. And the question is now, how much is the gap? We'll see in just a moment as they pass the split line. Let's see. And I'll actually refer to our PitWall line data here. Let's compare the two, shall we? So we are comparing the two, the gap between over the last couple of laps, between lap 49 and now at lap 55, the gap has grown by 10 seconds.
Wow.
Over the last, what's that, less than 10 laps. So that is a significant change there. Again, a big thanks to our friends at PitWall Live for providing their data, as always.
Yeah, absolutely. A clear demonstration of how useful that tool is, and one we'll be looking to make more use of as time goes on. Hall and DeWalt having continuing their scrap actually, and Hall dropping 2 positions in that whole saga, which is I don't quite see why. He did run a bit wide at turn 10, but he'd already lost the position to Asan as well. Yeah, just a little bit of unwise maneuvering, I would say, from some drivers regarding blue flags. It is incredibly difficult, of course, when you've got other cars that you're battling with around you. But fundamentally, if everyone sticks to the same rules of just getting out of the way, that was very close actually on pit entry. Was spectating Ersan, who had DeWald right behind him, who I think was actually trying to line up an over and under towards turn 1, who was then very surprised to find Ersan stomping on the brakes going to the pit entry, which reminds me of the clip that recently saw being replayed of I believe it was Riccardo Patrese Williams Algarve, where the Formula 1 Grand Prix is taking place this weekend, of completely misjudging the closing distance on the car in front of him entering the pits and then having a huge accident. Fortunately, no such contact was seen here, but that was possibly a little bit closer than the wall would have been hoping for. But fortunately, still managing to keep his nose clean and staying in front of that battle down in mid-pack that, in some form or another, seems to have been raging on continuously since the start of this round. I'm not sure what it is about that range of positions, but they do seem to constantly be active with being involved in battles.
And that is an interesting thing to note for those watching who aren't necessarily as familiar with Assetto Corsa Competizione compared to some of the other simulators. The pit lane is much less forgiving than something such as iRacing. iRacing, generally, once you're on the pit lane, you ghost through other cars and don't have to worry about necessarily making contact. ACC is far less forgiving, especially with driver changes, so that's something these drivers are going to have to be very much on top of. Now, looking at the track map on our PitWall Live data, looks like Jardier just now coming through the final corner, and the leader is already in turns 4 and 5. So a massive gap between the two of them, coming up on maybe half the track's length between those two. And Stefan Zero, another 7 seconds back from Jardier in the 3rd position. 2 seconds then back to Igor in the 56 Aston Martin. And 2 seconds, or sorry, nearly a lap. That's interesting. Gaps updating on the left-hand side of your screen. Interesting. Sometimes they are not quite accurate, so worth pointing out to the viewers at home. The closest cars that I see on track currently are the battle for 19th, 20th, and 21st. That is currently between the number 137, that is the Aston Martin from another Aston Martin from a Lexus. So that is the 137, 234, 338. Carl and King a little bit closer to one another. King trying to make a move on it. He actually shows the nose there going into the corner. A little bit squirrely on entry was the number 338, but doesn't quite make the move. Now he's going to try to set up heading onto the back straightaway. Will he be able to get a run? He's going to be right tucked underneath that rear diffuser of the, or actually no, not heading onto the back straightaway. I apologize. And actually now he goes to the inside line. A great crossover move. Not quite able to make it stick though. Now they're on the back straightaway, tucked up underneath the rear wing of that Aston Martin Vantage V8. Will he pull to the inside, or will he wait to make his move till the slipstream is in his advantage? A little bit of a fake move to the right-hand side to cover is from the Aston Martin, but it looks like the Lexus now has the nose to the inside of the bumper to the right-hand side and will have the preferred line going into the next corner. The question is who will have the advantage coming out of the corner. They're side by side now. The Lexus goes a little bit wide to try to keep up the momentum, but it looks like the pass not able to be done there. So the Aston Martin holds him off. An excellent job of defending from Lucas Carl, and Darren King continues to put the pressure on. Now the pass is made. A little bit of a mistake from Carl there coming out of the next corner. Looks like he got caught a little bit of a puddle and ended up going to the outside and left the door open there for Darren King to make a clean pass.
Yeah, I was getting a bit nervous during that because I think while you were looking up numbers on our PitWall Live supporting application for all of our data for the track, I came across, I think it was our leader, James Parker, was right behind Alex Torregrossa going up that back straight. Torregrossa, I think, tried to move out of the way towards the inside line and caught one of those very scary puddles that you were talking about earlier and potentially aquaplaning on, and had a huge moment down the back straight. Managed to gather it all up, but I was very worried that during that battle between those guys that might occur. I think our current closest battle now on track is actually between Konstantinos and DeWald fighting for 16th position. With Konstantinos getting a good run, the Ferrari using the slipstream off the Lexus ahead, but I think that Lexus is a lap down, so that's going to be a bit awkward potentially coming in towards turn 10. Konstantinos still keeping his nose if it does back out of it. Now what happens when they close up to the traffic? The Ferrari might have to back off a little off the throttle. No, actually didn't seem to close up as much as I was expecting. On the that is because that is our third place runner of Stefan Zero, so that explains why he was not closing, but still a bit awkward there for these guys trying to negotiate. Other cars are either a lap down or a lap ahead of you, and still defend and race for position. It's really tricky, but it's really what it's what endurance racing is about. It's about consistency, as DeWalt actually then comes into the pits himself, followed by Igor behind him, who I believe is now that's the highest up driver that we've had coming in, in our top group of cars, to be making their third pit stop. So that'll be interesting to see what that does for his race and how much later it is then before some of the other guys in this top 10 pack then make their third pit stops. So obviously around the right sort of time, seeing the likes of Dalkin also coming in to serve their pit stops. I imagine that will be a drive swap there for the likes of Darren King and potentially some other guys. But yeah, that's going to be interesting in terms of how that plays out in terms of strategy. Is it too early to potentially stretch out these tyres that bit longer than some of these guys? Because if you these guys are basically pitting once an hour, and those few extra minutes every time where you pit maybe that 1 or 2 laps earlier. That will stack up by the end of the race and could start to become really detrimental. So it'd be interesting to see how that plays out for these guys.
Well, that is interesting because generally the wet tires from our wet tires from Pirelli are not typically as durable as the racing slicks, but given how wet it is, I'm sure these tires have been kept nice and cool, so long as these drivers haven't been just staying too much on the dry line. So, I mean, there is always the possibility of trying to stretch something like that out. However, that would take some pretty early commitment to try to make a strategy like that work. That's not necessarily something you can come up with on the fly. And we actually do have another interview coming up with us in just a moment. So now with us in the booth, Harry Dransfield. Harry, tell us about what team you're with and how your race is going.
So with the Idea Shoe Racing team, so far the race, we're in last position, as you can see, kind of struggling with the weather, but super impressed to be like kind of in the top split with our first race. Then that's a great achievement for us, to be fair.
Now, have you been in for a stint yet? And what has, other than the weather, have there been any incidents that have relegated you to the back of the field?
So yeah, I've just come out of my first stint. It went fairly well. I thought I was quite consistent, but there were a few minor issues. I spun a few times. I don't know if you saw on the stream. Just
Fortunately, we did
really.
catch a couple.
Yeah. And I think I got hit once. I'm not sure which car it was. I think they were coming to overlap me. But I don't think it did too much damage, really. But yeah, that's pretty much how the stint went.
Yeah, we were just following the drivers taking over from you. Connor got into the car, had quite a significantly scary moment through turn 7, but did actually manage to gather it all up and keep it pointing in a straight line. But yeah, so I mean, tell us, you're saying that you're struggling with the weather. From your perspective, this rain has obviously been pretty heavy-handed since the beginning. Did it feel like it at any point was easing off? Is it, or has it even been getting worse, or has it remained pretty consistent during the 2-hour period that we've had so far?
I think it's been pretty consistent. There are a few points in the stint where I thought I was going quicker than I started out, but I think on the whole the weather's stayed pretty much constant. It doesn't seem to have got much worse, really.
Now, in terms of your goals for this race, is this your first race with first AOR race, and what were your goals coming in?
Yeah, so this is our first AOR race. I think the goal to get in was definitely to qualify into the top split for the 361 car, which we achieved, but the setup we put on the car was very quali dependent, and we didn't put much time into the race setup, or wet weather running or night running, things like that. But on the whole, I think we've achieved the goal of being in the top split with this car, and then running out the race. We just want to keep it in a straight line, keep out of contact, and keep it clean for the first race. It's amazing to be driving against these guys who are so quick. To be fair, so happy with that.
We did talk to one of your teammates in the lower split. So tell us about your relationship with SHU. What your what background you and your teammates come from, and how this team came together.
So Shoe Racing is a former student team at its heart. So competing against other teams from all around the world who all build Formula-style race cars and take them to events throughout the year. So we tend to only go to the Silverstone event, FS UK, but there's usually 80 teams from all around the world there. So I'm an aerospace engineer in my master's year now. So I'm a manager for the Formula Student team in the bodywork and aero department. We have I think it's about 9 managers now working on the car, and then a subgroup under each manager, usually a team of about 6 people who work in that department with them. And usually all the work is focused around Formula Student and that competition, developing our car. But with the conditions at the minute, with coronavirus, e-racing is a great way to kind of still give the team some exposure and go competing, I guess.
So how has things like events like this filled the gap of what you're now missing because of the pandemic?
I think it's great because it kind of gives the team something to look forward to and to watch as a team, and then be able to represent our sponsors as well.
Well, it has been a pleasure having you up with us in the booth, and we wish you the best of luck in the rest of the race. We hope to see you in some more Apex Online Racing events in the future.
Cheers, guys. Been great talking.
Cheers. Thanks for coming in.
Okay.
As we have now crossed the threshold of our second hour and into the third, just about 6 hours and 50 minutes remaining, 5:15 p.m. the local time in the Costa de France. As we now look to the sharp end of the field, our leader still, since basically the beginning of the race, overall was James Parker, though it looks like they've, in the pit cycle, handed over to Stefan Zero, who now leads the race. He inherited that lead. The last lap, a 3:03.3, so I believe Parker has just come into the pits. But the interesting thing is that despite coming to the pits, he had such a huge lead that on this this actual stop, he's now only lost 1 position in the pit cycle. Also worth noting, our driver that was in the second position, Jardier, has now come in, switched with his teammate Valentin Barrier in the number 39 Lamborghini. We actually have a silver class driver currently in the 4th position. I don't believe they've come in for their pit stop yet, as well as Andrex UK in the number 55 Lexus currently in the 3rd position. So we expect to see them coming in shortly. Mike Skeppers and Adrian Anamarchi, the 180 in the number 8. Those are both silver class drivers in the 7th and 8th positions. So an impressive showing from the sharp end of the silver field. Well up in the overall positions. Stefan Zero and Andrex UK currently in the pit lane, so they now have committed to making their stops and will hand over the lead back to James Parker in the number 889 Emile Frey Lexus Racing machine.
Yeah, very nice roundup then of the overall consequences of what's gone on in the last hour. Seeing a bit of a scrap here in 25th, 26th place, as 3 cars actually go very wide at turn 11. I've seen some mention in the comments, in the chat rather, that the weather might actually be looking to get worse in approximately 30 minutes time. And that was about 5 minutes ago, so we'll have to see about how that transpires, if that is actually the case. You know, my thoughts were that this wind might lead to us getting some dry cover and the dry line starting to develop, but that is not looking likely to happen if that does actually stay true. I think our silver class leader has now come into the pits. But interestingly, just while you were doing your roundup, I think we had a couple of key changes for position here. So Stefan, who was running in 3rd, has come out of the pit and is running in 2nd. And the Aston Martin of Igor that has handed over to Sodatov I think after a mistake from Valentine, the Lamborghini handed over from Jardier to himself, has now made a mistake on the exit of turn 10 on the last lap, dropped behind Soltov. And I don't think that Soltov is a pit stop behind, because I don't remember seeing his name getting into the car in the first 2 hours. So I think that is actually for position, which means that the Lamborghini that has put in quite a good showing so far. Although if more rain is on the way, I wonder if Jardier is perhaps regretting his choice of a dry setup. But still, not too much under 7 hours to go, so there's still a long portion of this race to go where there could be a dry stint in the latter stages. But it does look like during the sequence of those pit stops, that Lamborghini lost 2 positions there. Now that could be either something went wrong in the pit stops. There may have been some issues during handover process. I know that this lineup of drivers in another race the other day actually had issues during a pit stop with the car not responding to starting when trying to leave the pits, and combine that with a misalignment in the pit box, Solotov gets quite an aggressive drift going on there through turn 7 as he works his way out that straight, trying to either cool down the tyres or make a bit of a slipstream off the Audi ahead of him. But yeah, one way or another, that Lamborghini has lost time, and either there is a masterstroke of genius in there somewhere for one of these guys, perhaps anticipating a weather change, maybe doing something different in terms of driver stints or refueling, but at least for the short term, definitely some positions lost there and some time to try to regain. So not ideal.
The battle for third place is actually on. If you look at the number 56, Aston Martin under pressure. That is Konstantin Soldatov, currently under pressure from Valentin Barriers. That is the number 39 trying to put pressure on the 56 for the 3rd and 4th positions. Like and subscribe YouTube team. Currently the leader of that little group. So that's just about the closest anyone is on track, with the exception of a battle for 7th and 8th position, as they come across the start-finish line to complete what is their 64th lap. So already nearly 100 laps logged in the race in just about 2 hours and 15 minutes now, 5:20 the local time in the Castel-de-France. As it seems that the first sector is certainly dominated by the Aston Martin, but the latter sectors of the track, the Lamborghini showing, flexing its muscles quite a bit, but it has been shown, I've been asking around the paddock throughout the week through our qualifying sessions and our practice sessions, and it seems that the straight line speed of the Aston Martin and the Lexus are just about unmatchable by any of the other cars. We'll see if Barrier is able to use the slipstream to his advantage. Just under a second now, the gap between the two of them. If he can get close enough heading into that final sector, I think he can certainly try to make a pass for position there. Question is simply a matter of getting into that slipstream range to get good position heading into the final couple of sectors of the track and back onto the front end of the Circuit Paul Ricard. Now, the other battle on track that's pretty close between 7th and 8th position, that's Zhang Yin and Connor Wright. Looks like Connor trying to put a little bit of pressure. The Aston Martin just behind the Audi. Zhang in the Audi and Connor in the Aston. We've talked about this particular Aston Martin number 11 a couple of times throughout the race. Started pretty far back in the pack, but now has made their way up. So too has the Audi number 67. Neither of them were particularly far up in the qualifying order, but both have made their way up towards the front of the field. Now on the pit strategy, we've actually seen those silver class drivers that were up inside the top 10 now move back a little bit. So there's a group of 4 of them within a decent range of one another. The leader currently in that class is the number 4 car in the 10th position. That's Grigo Strongreet still in that car. Nathan Pierce has taken over the 180. Cody Pride is in the number 33, so he's made a little bit of a recovery after a mistake a little bit earlier. And Merlin Cooper has taken over the V3 Racing Aston Martin from Mike Skeppers, who got that car all the way up into the top 15. Then a little bit further back, Marlon Andrade making a good run for himself in the rather underpowered, or not preferred, I should say, the McLaren 720S
650.
for Vanwall Simsport. Or sorry, that is the 650. So I stand corrected. The 650. That's actually rather impressive using an outdated car and still doing a rather stellar job of holding his own well inside the top 15. And those are just about the class's closest battles on track, though there is a little bit of a battle for 23rd through 25th. But I believe that may be a little bit of a matter of lapped traffic causing that. Now, Barrier continuing to put pressure for the 3rd position on Konstantin Soldatov. Man, these names. 6/10 into. They do, indeed. So Barrier going to try to make up that position. A couple of positions lost on that pit cycle when Jardier came in, and as we've mentioned a couple times, don't tell anybody, but if you're in chat, try to let Jardier know that we'd love to have an interview with him in the AOR broadcast. See if we can get him in for a few minutes of his time.
Yeah, it would definitely be nice to have him in here, and I imagine that right now he's probably trying to give as much of a pep talk as possible to Valentine, who is in the car, and get him to try to push on. I do seem to recall from past races, Jardier getting rather animated, trying to get his teammate to be a bit more aggressive, but you know, it's such a long race, it's such tricky conditions, there's only so much sometimes that being a bit more aggressive will actually get you. But yeah, no, it's interesting, the balance between these two cars. I am mightily surprised at the performance of the Aston Martin in the straights. Generally one of the cars that suffers definitely on acceleration, which partly is what helps it to its advantage, pardon the pun in a way, of getting such good traction out of some of these slower corners because of that reduced torque. But you know, the Lamborghini is admittedly not one of the fastest cars in a straight line, but you know, it's in the slipstream. It's a generally a good car, but it just cannot get close. And I wonder if that is perhaps due to the setup that they've had to put onto Lamborghini. And I know that we've already found out that that one in particular is operating with a dry setup, but I imagine that it's a dry setup adapted to be at least somewhat drivable in the wet conditions. And you know, you look at the Aston Martin, it's got a very up-to-date aero package, huge diffuser on the back of it, and generates a lot of downforce on that car, and naturally lends itself to being very good in wet weather driving. And it might just simply be, as though as I say, that it runs very wide, which might actually give Valentine the opportunity he needs. Can he go around the outside at the final corner? I don't think he's going to have the room, but can he get a better exit than the Aston? Maybe now he's a bit closer in the slipstream. He can get the runners, he can look towards the outside or the inside. He's making his mind up. A little bit of a late move in defending from the Aston. It's going to be very tight on the inside there if Valentine tries to go for it, but no, he backs out of it and will save, try and do that move for another day. So all gone a little bit dicey there. With Solstov just making a little bit of an error in that penultimate sequence of corners that then gave the opportunity, as you then see actually another little slide from the Aston there. So, but what I was going to comment on was that perhaps the aero package on the Aston is just conducive to being able to run less aggressive rear wing and perhaps front splitter, and as a result is not suffering on the straights particularly poorly. Whereas that Lamborghini, you take a look at the the air package on that. And you know, by no means is it basic or primitive in any sort of sense, but it does just seem to be a little less effective than what is on the Aston. So perhaps that's why the Lamborghini is suffering so much in these straight lines, despite what we would have anticipated in the build-up towards this race. But yeah, it's been a little bit of time now since we had that that call about the rain increasing. Looking at the lap times of some of these guys, so third and fourth still lapping in the 204s, 203 for Stefan on the last lap, and our good benchmark will probably be Mr. Parker, who still leads in this race by a comfortable margin and is lapping in the 202.5. So definitely running a little bit slower than they were previously. We were used to seeing Parker lapping consistently in the 201s and maybe the occasional 202 dead on a poor lap. So you know, perhaps that call regarding the weather getting that bit worse does seem to be maybe affecting some drivers more than others. James Parker doing a very good job in the Lexus that's really been the class of the field so far.
Well,
In
also
this
worth
beginning portion of the
considering
race.
is the fact that many of these drivers will be double stinting these tires. We don't know necessarily if they've been replacing tires on every stop, and we are about midway through a stint or coming up on midway. So tire degradation certainly going to be part of that tire fall off, but I do agree that it seems the rain's been coming down even harder. Looking on my screen, it seems that it really is coming down, and we hope that we don't lose the track and have to red flag it, but certainly it is exciting to see some variable conditions out there.
Yeah, it does make it that bit more exciting, and yeah, you know, it does give that sense of drama and variability in the sense that you're never quite sure, you know, how this race is going to turn. It only takes one incident with a back marker or for the conditions to change, because obviously if they change in the next half an hour and then and tend towards perhaps monsoon conditions, you know, those monsoon conditions could either last 20 minutes or the rest of the race, and you know, depending on how that weather plays out, could completely throw out what as of right now looks like a fairly reliable and secure order. So it's yeah, it by no means is it over yet, but no, currently right now, even with the weather, albeit a gradual change, it does look like Parker is able to stay on top of that. But just an interesting thing, I'll see what lap time Van comes across with, but I do believe he lost a rather significant amount of time on that last lap, between 2:16 for Valentine. So I'm not sure what happened. I didn't see any yellow flags come out, so I don't think there was any contact with Solstov. It could have just been a mistake from him, perhaps just putting that sense of aggression just a bit too far, and the Lamborghini biting him, a bit less forgiving when you exceed the maximum potential of that car versus if you overstep the mark in the Aston. So yes, that was a lot of time lost, and yeah, I think Solstov's last lap seemed fairly consistent with his previous, so I don't think there was too much involvement from him in that based on what I could see. But yeah, and perhaps, you know, that could potentially explain why we're seeing this this now drop off, kind of, you know, more of a drop off of what we thought we would see at the beginning of the race, with these Lamborghinis really starting to struggle now, down in fourth, and our pole sitter down in 7th place. So yeah, definitely these weather changes and the race on the whole really throwing things up in the air, I have to say.
And I have, in fact, seen a little bit of received a little bit of a report that potentially there's a little bit of damage to the number 39, currently piloted by Valentine Barrier, teammate to Jardier. Report that they potentially have some damage from contact with a back marker a little bit earlier. So that potentially causing a little bit of an issue. We were seeing them struggling with the speed in a straight line, and as well a little bit of an issue on pit lane that caused them to be slow. And as we look now a little bit further down the field, it's spread out a good bit. The closest battle currently seems to be for 6th and 7th. That is Zhang Yin currently in front of the 2 car, our pole sitter, who is 0.4 of a second back. So Yin all the way up to the 6th position now. Then another 0.9 of a second back to Cody Wright. And then another maybe half a second or so back to our 9th place car. That is Luca in the 991. Aston Martin, who has taken over for our 2nd place starter. That was that we saw fall back a little bit throughout the race. Now, we've seen a little bit of a shakeup at the front of the order. A lot more of our pro drivers up at the top. And if you look to the left-hand side of your screen, the pro drivers are indicated by the white background with the black letters, and the silver class drivers, the gray background with the white numbers. So that you can keep track of that. So 2 different trophies being handed out at the end of 9 hours today, 5:35, the local time in Le Castellet, France. Just a little bit of an update for you. Coming up on halfway through our 3rd hour of racing, as we have had no lack of action whatsoever, with the rain continuing to get harder. And to the credit of those who said that they expect some more rain coming, it seems that it's definitely coming down harder. And you can see it starting to accumulate on certain parts of the track, and the wind, in fact, has picked up 13 kilometers an hour to the north, the wind currently, and the track temperature all the way down to 19 degrees centigrade, 17 degrees ambient temperature here in the Circuit de Paul Ricard. And we see somebody going wide just a moment ago. I think that actually was Yin, who's gone very wide. I'm not quite sure where he is on track at the moment, but he's gone well wide of where he would have wanted to be in the Audi Sport Team Absolute Racing entry, but doesn't seem to lose any time or positions. We see some lap traffic holding up the guys behind him. That's been really tight between 7th and 8th right now. That's Kieran against Connor there. They're both on lap number 70. Our pole sitter continuing to try to hold up the Aston Martin behind, but certainly struggling to do so. The Aston Martin deep into the braking zone, heading into the final corner and onto the pit straightaway. And it's hard to attack when you have somebody behind you. So what attitude do you take, John, as a driver? Do you keep your eyes focused out the windshield at the target ahead, or do you continue to keep your eyes in the mirror to defend behind?
I think any good driver has to effectively try to do both at the same time. You know, if you keep on looking in your mirrors, you naturally you start to lose too much pace. You become constantly overly concerned with what the guy behind you is doing. You're not focusing on your own driving, and you will lose time, and then you will never make up ground. But likewise, if you focus entirely on the guy ahead, you know, sometimes you might think that you've got a good exit out of the corner, but you might be slightly compromised, and the guy behind you might have a mega run on the pair of you. So, you know, these are all things that you have to try to be aware of as a driver, and you are really looking in all of your mirrors, any views that that you possibly have to try to work out where you need to be placing your car, and if you need to be concerned about losing or trying to fight for position at any given time. It's a very tricky balance. During us looking at that battle generally playing out, there's also been a bit of development in the silver class. So Cody Pride, who was our silver class leader, as Vitalik gets very sideways and right, I think has made a mistake and dropped back quite significantly there, and has now lost the position. Not sure if there was actually contact between the pair of them. It did look like it got a little bit close for comfort. There was nothing particularly indicated contact, but as Vitalek actually now makes a mistake of his own and will very quickly become vulnerable to, I imagine, a very angry Connor right there in the Van Wall Simsport car. Yeah, back to the development regarding the Silver Class. Cody Pride, who was originally leading our Silver Class by quite a significant margin, some sort of issues during the changeover period to his teammate Mr. Kubica, with a slightly odd early pit stop that ended up with Cody back in the car, who's lapping very, very quickly, a 202.9 on that last lap, and I'm pretty sure that is rivaling some of the pace that our very dominant and in-control race leader James Parker has been putting in. So this car in the hands of Cody is doing some pretty special things at the moment, and he made a very, very brave overtake that started all the way in a fight at turn 5, worked its way around turn 7, and went around the outside turn 7. Now, I'm not sure whether or not anything will be reported, because he did seem to complete the overtake outside of the bollard markings off the track, and you know, the stewards may not look too kindly on that, so we'll have to see whether or not he gets any sort of form penalty for that. But in terms of raw pace, he is absolutely flying at the moment, and like I said, I'm struggling to find you know, even our second place driver of Stefan. I do believe he may have had to have negotiated a small amount of traffic, but 0.3 of a second slower on the last lap, and then if you compare that to our race leader, if I can find him, 202.5. So James Parker still putting in superior lap times to basically anyone in the field. But that Nissan in the Silver Class, remember, is putting in some incredibly impressive lap times. Now I'm not sure whether or not you could use our PitWall support to try to see what the gap is between Pride and Stangrit, so we might be able to get some sort of estimation as to how long we think it's going to be until that battle perhaps closes up, because I think at the moment it's a case of when, not if.
Indeed, and I've been looking at some of the lap times to the front end of the field, and it's been rather steady, the gap increasing between our leader in the 889, Parker, ahead of Stefan Zero in the 514. So now 47.5 seconds the gap as he continues to dominate. Then looking at the third place position, that is the 56 who's made his way up there. That's currently Konstantin Soldatov piloting that machine. And he has actually been losing time to both first and second position. Not too much. The gap has plateaued a good bit there, but I'm sure traffic has been playing a significant role there, especially for the Jardier and Barrier combination in the number 39. They have fallen back significantly over the last couple of laps, and now will soon come under pressure from Andrex UK in the 55 Lexus. So some lap traffic and some pit stop issues that have plagued that team, certainly going to cause them to have a little bit of a worry as to their overall pace. Trying to look at some of their lap times, they've continued to get closer and closer between Barrier and Andrex UK. Now only about 5 seconds the gap between the two of them as they continue to fall off a little bit from the third place runner in the number 56. Now the closest battle on track currently, it seems, is for 20th and 21st, though Yin continues to try to hold off 7th place. Actually, yeah, let's look at that battle. 6th and 7th place, Zhang Yin under pressure from number 2 Lamborghini. That is currently Kieran Prendergast piloting that machine from pole position, down now in 7th. Less than a 1/10 of a second the distance between the two of them last time across the sector marker. and they're not too far behind a couple of back markers. So we'll see how much of an impact the back marker cars will have on that battle. We've seen some interesting, some dicey moments between the leaders at the sharp end of the field and some of the drivers who've gone laps down. Rather large disparity of pace, which I would expect to be something of a result of the rain causing a big gap between those who were prepared for it and those who were not. And we did discuss earlier the question of whether you should prioritize working on a setup for every occasion, so to speak, or just focusing on a really fast, dry setup, as we saw. It seems that that's the direction that Jardier and Barrier have gone for, but some of these drivers have spent a good deal of time working on those wet setups, and that certainly has paid off for people like James Parker and Stefan Zero, who are currently at the top of the charts right now. Looking at the lap times, actually, Stefan Zero has run a faster lap than our leader the last 2 laps, and even faster Andrex UK by almost half a second. Has he been running faster? So the number 55 Lexus showing that it is certainly no slouch. And certainly a force to be reckoned with by the end of this race. Andrix started well down the field in the qualifying order and has still just been making steady progress up to the front. Speaking of drivers that started at the back and have moved up to the front, Zheng Yin, who we've focused on a good bit, currently a flash of the lights to one of the back marker cars ahead. That is, in fact, one of the Aston Martins in the blue and gold livery there, that he tries to make a move on the inside. Ooh, that's going to be close. Will he get to the... He'll actually go around the outside here with a bit of momentum. That will become the inside line for the next corner, and he does make that move, but now the back marker gets in the way, and the number 2...
Oh,
no!
no!
Now he's been dumped! The lap marker has sent him around in off the track now. Oh, that was a horrible incident. You hate to see something like that, and Zheng trying to get back traction of that Audi, trying to get back in control of the car, having a hard time. I'm sure those tires are going to be very unhappy with him after
Oh
that.
no, contact behind him.
More contact behind. I think that was actually for position.
Yes, it was, yeah. 3 cars behind him, all battling for, I think, 22nd position. As I say, it's difficult where he came out because the guys behind him were all racing very hard, and we saw the consequences of that. Contact on the exit of turn 6 towards 7. And yeah, there you go. Well, you know, we've mentioned some of the rather interesting driving that we've seen under blue flags, and we were talking about it right as that incident happened, and I could almost see it coming, to be honest, and that's a really big shame for Yin. It was I don't think there was any part of that in which was his fault, so I imagine there's a little bit of damage on the back of that car, and Audi is a tricky one to drive anyway, so that damage is going to be a bit challenging to work with, depending on how long he decides to try sticking out with that. But yeah, how disappointing and just how frustrating. I mean, from from a spectator's point of view, the car that was a lap down that, or at least a lap down that hit Yin, not only is actually resurfaced ahead of him, but with the battle that car was involved with, had already sort of been broken up by him, as the driver prior did actually kind of get out of the way a bit easier, but then sadly not the same treatment was given by I think that was Nicholas Nordqvist in the Sim Brothers Aston Martin. So yeah, very, very, very unfortunate driving, and I imagine if these just do pick up on that, that there will be a penalty coming his way for that, because that was highly unnecessary, and that's really put pay to what was a very good drive so far from Zheng Yin. So it'll be interesting to see what he can make of this now. He is firmly on the back of our silver class leader, who I imagine won't be wanting to battle too much. You know, he's got his own race to worry about. But overall, a very frustrating couple of laps for our Audi driver that was having a very solid race in a car that really didn't have too much right to be in that top 10 part of the field. So very unfortunate.
And we've actually seen just a few moments ago the pass made by Andrex UK on Valentine Barrier. So 0.6 of a second now, the gap between them as Andrex continues to run some of the fastest laps of the field at 2:02.5 that last time, only about 0.6, or actually no, about half a second that time between himself and James Parker at the front of the field. So he will certainly be a force to be reckoned with, and he is well faster than the two cars ahead of him. A 2:04.3 last time for Konstantin Soldatov, who is currently running in the third position. We'll see how long it takes for Andrex to try to make up that time, and certainly a hero stint from him, and definitely worth noting and shouting him out for the incredible effort that he has put in for that Lexus Rex Racing team that, I mean, we didn't really have much to speak of earlier in the race, but has come up the field rapidly in the first, what is now coming up on the end of our third hour. Really an impressive drive by that team to get all the way up into the top four and looking rather confidently at least the top three within the next hour or so.
Yeah, absolutely. It has been a very good drive from him so far, and you know, potentially it's because of this weather change. You know, some of these guys that have done better in the early stages, their setup, you know, might be accounting for wet conditions, but they might have set ride heights and things generally accordingly to perhaps be along more of a intermediate kind of condition. And you know, the weather does seem to have been you know, not massively, not massive variation, but does seem to have been getting worse. As we see Zengin actually going past Sangrifas, getting very awkward there for 9th position. And there's actually then a small amount of contact between Dominic, who was the other backmarker involved in that incident that originally collected Zengin. Who now has a whole host of cars going by him, including the one that he was fighting for position. I think that was unfortunately the SHU Racing car. As there's then contact in the final corner between Dominic and Nicholas, neither of them staying particularly clean between this battle, and their battle will continue to rage on. But yes, unfortunately spotting the SHU Racing car in the background pointing the wrong way in the final corner. So continuing as there's then further contact through the first sector. Come on guys, you know, it's I suppose there's at least a little bit more reason for these guys to perhaps hit each other, but you are fighting for position at this point in time. It's better that you hit each other for position than it is taking out someone that's a lap ahead of you. But you know, there's still 6.25 hours to go in this race, so I wouldn't look to try and maintain that sort of level of contact for too long. But yeah, out of all of that, Zhang Yin coming out ahead of our silver class leader now. And speaking of silver class, an interesting development is that Mr. Kubica is back in the car. So Cody Pride has done what he can to try to recover a bit of time for that Nissan. It was lapping basically the same sort of pace as some of our fastest drivers. So incredible stuff from Nissan, and now we'll be handing it over to Mr. Kubica, who will hopefully have a slightly more successful stint than he did first time round. You can see personal best for the number 33 car is a 2:01.6, which is very fast when you consider that this is for silver class and a car that has already been through quite a bit of strife. So we'll see what Mr. Kubica can do and see if he can have a more successful stint that's closer in line with what we saw his teammate do.
We're actually seeing the number 8 of Merlin Cooper in the pits. Not sure. I think that must be an early pit stop because we still have 15 minutes remaining in our third hour of racing. Perhaps an issue for that car that has brought them into the pits. Merlin stays in the car and now leaves the pit lane. Not sure what has happened there. We also see a 15-second time penalty for the number 333 that is currently down in the 29th position. That is the Lamborghini. He actually started well up the field, so not sure what happened to him, but he was well up in the battle for the top 20 not too long ago, and now has been relegated back to the 29th position with a 15-second time penalty. So too has the number 202 Audi that has received a penalty down in 34th. Also a 15-second time penalty for George Kiyakowski for the BDG Sim Racing team. That is one of the silver class entries, not too far ahead of our sole BMW in the field. That is well down the order. Not too many battles too close together, so we'll see if we can get an interview in here, and we do invite you in the chat to please give your suggestions for interviews and topics of discussions. We love interacting with our YouTube chat, and we, as always, appreciate you being with us for 9 hours of racing here in France.
Yeah, absolutely. It's great to get some involvement from you guys and seeing what you'd like to hear. I have seen a comment regarding the camera work being carried out by myself. I am sorry that it is rather skippy from one car to another. Unfortunately, I have only one monitor available and cannot smoothly transition from one car to the next because within the game itself, ACC does not allow you to do so. So I do apologise for the slight jumpiness of that. We are seeing a bit of a battle going on here for 20th position again, involving Paul Lee, not Napo, Felix Rupert, and Dominic in the British Racing Green-esque Aston Martin. It's already been involved in some instance, and actually I think there might have even been... Oh no, there's been further contact in turn 1. I was just about to say that he's already been involved in some incidents. I think there was actually contact with both cars then. Felix Rupert, I think, may have got a tap from behind, but kept it pointing forwards and actually skipped turn 1. But coming off significantly worse there was Pauli in the 325 JTP racing car, which did get sent almost fully around. So that's very unfortunate. And I think... I wouldn't be surprised if Dominic has some form of penalty coming for him over some of the incidents that we have seen. We've got Christian Mies on the very scary and spooky aquaplane bit of the straight, twitching all the way up, losing so much momentum. Took I think about 3 cones with him up the straight and losing. Don't believe all of these are for position, but losing a ton of time as a result. And you know that's what you were mentioning earlier of in these heavy rain conditions on that off the dry line, or not a dry line exactly, but off the racing line, that you know there are large amounts of water that do form, and it can seriously upset the balance of the car. That was a perfect example there. Just about managed to keep it going and not lose too much time, as there's actually then contact between the Lamborghini of Nuri for Sensible Racing, which is unfortunately a slightly ironic name in this circumstance, along with the Ferrari of Anthony Raffaele of Centurion Racing. I didn't quite see who was the cause of contact in that, to be perfectly honest.
I would have to think that the 9 was something of an innocent bystander in that circumstances. He has now made it past one of the lap markers. He's down in the 23rd position for Centurion Racing. That car has had some ups and downs so far in this race. Hopefully we'll see some more ups for them, because we always do like to see some variety in the manufacturers up the top of the field. That is rather interesting. Trying to get a little bit more information on what happened to the number 8 car that had to pit early as we do approach about 10 minutes or so away, 10 to 15 minutes away from our next cycle of pit stops, as we see a battle for position. I believe that is for position between the number 9 and the number 83. The 83 has actually taken the position. Nuri has put his Lamborghini ahead of the number 9. That is, has he put himself? No, he was a little bit further back. I apologize. I was confused between a couple of the Lamborghinis. So Nuri is actually about 4 seconds behind, but it is very close between 21st and 22nd. That's Pao Lee and Dominic, who we were discussing a little bit earlier.
Oh, Dominic going very wide there.
Well wide. Oh my lord, he has gone wide.
Does appear to have driven into Narnia.
Yes, indeed. And in 2020, I certainly would not want to go into a mysterious closet because Lord knows what would be in there in the year 2020. Certainly not a magical land. Anyway, Lee has now stretched that gap out a good bit. Was about 1/10 of a second across the last timing line. I'd say maybe about 2 seconds now between the two of them. Looking a little bit further up the field to update the front runners, the fastest car on track, unsurprisingly, James Parker, by nearly a full second that last time around. And seems that there was a good bit of traffic that time for Andrex UK, who has run a 204.3 that last time compared to Parker's 202.5. A huge gap between the two of them as Parker continues to dominate. I will actually take a look at the timing, and we do have a question in the chat. Do they have to have full assists off? As far as I understand, yes. There are no assists. I do believe, if I'm not mistaken, they can have the driving line on, but no actual driving assists. Now, looking at some of the lap times have actually plateaued quite a bit for some of the cars. Looking at the top 5 against one another, the leaders just been slowly pulling away. Now 55 seconds the gap across the last timing line. Stefan Zero has maintained pretty much where he is, but then looking at the 56, he's fallen off just a touch. So too is Andrex UK, and the 39 has had a big drop. Not sure what caused that between in lap 80 between sector 3 of lap 80 and sector 1 of lap 81. He had a huge drop, but then came right back up. That may have been a timing issue, but he has lost a ton of time, falling back all the way from second place down now to 5th. So certainly a lot of issues there, as we've seen some side-by-side action going down the back straightaway. We'll see if there's any other close battles on track.
Yeah, I've been keeping track of 18th and 19th that have been having a bit of a scrap actually during the last couple of sectors. And then it all started to close up a little bit again in the final sector, coming across some traffic, made it a bit awkward. Nicholas obviously already been involved in a variety of incidents with other cars on track. Not all of them his fault, but I think some that he would have to accept some responsibility for. Yes, hoping that if this scrap between the pair of them continues, that these guys are able to keep it clean. We don't see a repeat of some of the stuff that we've already witnessed. Does look like Nicholas going a little bit deep.
It is worth noting that Nicholas in the 137 did have that contact with Zheng Yin a little bit earlier, so I would imagine that we may see a penalty for him, despite the rather heartfelt apology that was sent out in the direction of the Audi driver. But I can imagine even with that, I can understand quite a bit of frustration as we see the 234 getting tucked up underneath the rear wing of the 137. He moves to the right-hand side of the track, not quite, maybe just a little bit too early. Actually, no, yeah, he is able to pull there and now has the advantage. His door at the front bumper of the 137 there coming across the line. Less than a tenth of a second, the gap between the two of them as they head into the corner, and the pass is done. So that is a completed pass for P18, which now is held by the Aston Martin of Napo Dreich.
Yeah, very clean and straightforward move there, but obviously very tricky in these conditions. That corner's tricky enough to overtake into at the best of time. You know, you go into it with a lot of speed, and particularly with these wet conditions, it's very difficult to judge the amount of grip you're going to have on corner entry, and you don't really want to be playing about with those track limits too much, both in terms of these guys potentially threatening themselves with getting some warnings to then potentially accumulate to a drive-through penalty that we've already seen a couple of already. But mainly just the fact that it's very very tricky in these conditions. White lines, curves, they all get very slippery. And when you're carrying that much speed, loading up the car that severely through a high-speed corner like that, and you move into an area of less grip, it can start to get rather dramatic rather quickly. So I'm sure he will be quite happy with that move and that all went fairly cleanly. Assuming that he continues at the sort of pace that he's shown over the last few laps, I imagine he will start to pull away from Nicholas. In our top 10 pack, I can't see a great deal of close battles.
Through penalty for the third place car. That is Konstantin Soldatov, who is now in the pits serving a drive-through penalty currently. That's the like and subscribe YouTube team car, who was doing a spectacular job towards the front of the field. Hopefully they don't lose too much track position as a result of this. That is a pity. We'll have to see what exactly the cause of that was, but that is a major issue for them, and going to be huge for them, losing a bunch of time. It looks like Andrex, or actually no, that is the 33, is it? That's come past them, so they've lost a significant amount of time on that, though I think 33 may be a lap down.
Yeah, 33 is a lap down. I was trying to work out where Andrex was on track, because yeah, Andrex has moved now into P3, so that drive-through then, very costly, as we seem to have Andrex. Oh no, that was two other Lexes further ahead. But yeah, that very costly mistake then from Soltov to end up getting that drive-through penalty. You know, we were just saying about what happens when you start to push the limit that bit too hard, and there's the consequences. That's a you know, it wasn't looking particularly secure for Soltov, given the very good pace that Andrex has been showing at this point in the race. But you know, that's certainly an easier way to give up your podium position. And that now means that our top three are all Lexuses, which I think it's a car that everyone is you know, I think everyone likes it and very much appreciates the thunderous noise of the V8 that drives that car around. As Andrex actually then makes a mistake in trying to pass a backmarker, locked up going into turn 14 there, and actually made contact with the BMW that we took a look at earlier, currently driven by Flo Braukoff. So that was there was nothing malicious in that, and the BMW driver clearly left enough space, but just a slight misjudgment from Andrex, so he has to be careful. I doubt that will be anything that is penalised. I think that was just a minor misjudgment from Andrex, but what he has to be careful of is if that has done any sort of significant damage. I think, given the fact it was fairly small side-on contact, he should be still driving with a fairly decent car. But of course, we are nearing the end of this third hour of the race, so pit stops will be perhaps looking to occur slightly soon, and you know, any damage that these guys have gone and put on their car, that will most likely contribute to their pit stop time, as I find it highly unlikely that they would leave that damage on the car, and yeah, that could potentially just make it a little bit more uneasy than it was perhaps looking just moments beforehand. when talking about how Andrex arrived in that P3.
And we do, in fact, have another interview. Another of our Team SHU drivers with us. Please do us a favor, introduce yourself to the audience, and tell us which team you're
Hi
with.
guys, my name's Connor Waterman. I'm racing for Idea Shoe Racing in car 361. So the reason we have Idea on our car is that they provide lots of design and consultancy work for us and produce the hubs and uprights for our vehicle. So yeah, just really important to get them on board.
Well, we do see that you're all the way down in the 38th position, but you're still running, still at it. Are you doing it just for the fun of it? How much have you guys enjoyed this experience, even being all the way down at the bottom of the field?
Yeah, it was a tricky start. Once we saw the wet conditions, it was a bit disheartening. Not much pace in the wet, but I think I got up to 31st at one point, and then it just sort of slipped away. And yeah, too many mistakes and not much consistency. But super happy to be in this race. Lots of big names driving. Just trying to learn from other drivers, I suppose. And yeah, at this point, it's just driving for pride.
Tell us about yourself personally, what your role is in the team at SHU, and what you do at university.
So, in shoe racing, I'm the wheels, hubs, uprights, and braking system manager. So, basically, it's my job to look after all four corners of the car. So, we design all those components I mentioned above. So all the tyres are standard from Heures. There's only a few selections that teams can choose from. So yeah, and then I have a subgroup who are a mixture of first and second year students at the university. So I'll try and give them some design work to do as well, just to improve their technical knowledge moving forward through uni. But so I study aerospace engineering. So it's quite the Wubs role is quite a mechanical role rather than an aerodynamics point of view. So it's good to have a mixture of skills from my course and also being part of shoe racing.
Well, I'd like to ask, there's a lot of customization in terms of the setup that Assetto Corsa Competizione offers. How much has your knowledge of the cars in real life transferred to what you've put into the car for the race today?
We tried to engineer a setup that was good for qualifying pace, and I think we sort of neglected a bit of race pace in there, and especially the wet running. In terms of vehicle dynamics knowledge, it's not pinpoint, and I think that's why we're struggling today. So that's a bit of a shame, but yeah, there are a few things that we've tried to apply to the car. Being sort of from the Formula student and a GT3 car are two different beasts entirely. So it's lots of trial and error with this setup, but unfortunately, I think we've missed the mark.
Well, what led to the decision of the McLaren? Was it just something of a team decision that you all are just fans of McLaren, or did you put into consideration any sort of testing before the race?
We gave a couple cars a go. Tried the AMG, Mercedes AMG. Just straight away didn't find any pace in that car, and we hopped in the McLaren. And sort of found a bit more time. We didn't really do much running in many other vehicles because we basically had just under a week to practice for this event. So it was kind of all hands on deck, find a car, and sort of just get as comfortable as quickly as possible. So yeah.
Well, it's a pleasure having you with us. And for those who don't know, watching, who've just joined us, we're currently interviewing with Connor from Team Shoe Racing. Now, to move to another topic, we discussed with one of your teammates from the lower split some events that maybe you guys would like to participate in. First of all, I'd like to ask what your impressions have been so far of the Apex Online Racing community. and how this event's been run, and how much enjoyment you've gotten out of it.
Yeah, I think I caught Haaland's interview as well, and I share the same opinion with him. It's super impressive, like sort of the structure and how the event's been run. Super useful information given out the whole time. It's been a pleasure to take part in our first online esports race and endurance event.
Well, we have seen the Spa 24 hours that is currently going on in real life over in Belgium. Are there any real life events that you'd like to see put into the esports world that you guys could participate in that you're a particular fan of?
Good question. I think I'd like to have a go at the 12 hours of Bathurst, if I'm correct. That track is just a monster of a track, and real roller coaster ride. So I think I'd have to say that one.
Good choice.
An excellent choice. Yes, an excellent choice indeed. So we'd like to thank you for joining us in the AOR broadcast. It's been a pleasure having you with us, and we are certainly happy to have you in the field and can't wait to have you guys along with us in some events in the future.
Cheers. Thank you very much, guys.
Cheers. Thanks for coming in.
Man, those guys are fun to interview, aren't they?
Yeah, we're gradually making our way around the entire SHU racing team, both the entries across Server 1 and Server 2. But no, it really is great to hear, all their different backgrounds and involvements in the former student project, which is what's brought them all together on this, and the fact that they're able to share that common ground of wanting to perform well in a motorsport event, go through the process of trying to prepare for it, and get as much performance out of it as possible. And obviously, there's there sounds like there's been a slightly varying success. Obviously, having a bit more difficulty with the Server 1 team, but it's really good to hear that they're still enjoying it and using it as a stepping stone for them to build upon in the future. Hopefully, maybe we can get hold of one of the Server 2 guys later on and find out a bit more about their progress in the Nissan entry, I believe they had in Server 2. Then that would be interesting to hear. In the meantime, trying to keep track of a few things going on here. So, there. Go ahead.
Well, we're in the middle of a pit cycle. We've just crossed into our 4th hour of racing. And, Stefan Zero currently has the lead. The leading car on track position, the 889, has currently been handed over from James to Joe McCulley, who now pilots that Lexus, not too far behind Stefan, who still has yet to pit, so that gap ever increasing. Andrix UK now about 35 seconds or so behind them. We'll just run through the field, even though it is during a pit cycle, so do keep in mind that some of these positions are subject to change. So in the lead, Stefan Zero, second place Joe McCulley, who is virtually our leader. Andrix UK up to the 3rd position in the number 55 Lexus. So 3 Lexus locking out the podium positions currently. A little bit further back is our silver class leader, that's Grigor Strongbeat, who has not gotten out of that car yet. The number 56 of Konstantin Soldatov, who we saw have a drive-through penalty, is now in the 5th position. Nathan Pierce, currently piloting the number 180 Redline Zach Racing Lexus. Marlon Andrade is down in 7th, in number 12, having a great showing for that McLaren 650S. Then a little bit further down, we have the number 39 of a name that I will never be able to pronounce ever. That is Team Jardier. Anyway, the FFF Racing team. So we've seen Valentine get out of that car.
Go on, have a go.
You'd like to have a go? Yes, please. Go right ahead.
That's not what I said, but okay. I mean, the thing is, I've got a feeling I actually know who this driver is, and I'm starting to wonder if this was perhaps a joke, because we noticed prior to the stream that Jardier's surname was spelled incorrectly. I also noticed that his good friend Darking, instead of spelled Darren, was Darum with an M. And I have a feeling that this might actually be his friend Greco, who has decided to rename himself Makvi temporarily, and I hope that he
Christoph Wendenmeier.
exactly, and I hope that he refrains from ever doing that ever again.
Well, we do love to have fun here in AOR, don't we? So back on the topic of running through the field, 9th position currently Andy Vandervelde in the number 11. That is the Aston Martin from Van Wallace Sim Sport. Then a little bit further back, the number 3 car, which has now been handed back over to Mr. Kubica. Then Nico U is currently piloting the number 2, our pole-sitting car, which actually I'm just noticing has a significant amount of damage on the front end. The hood actually popped up on that Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo. So that
Spinner
is
ahead as
interesting.
well.
It's actually another Lamborghini off track. Then the 13th position by Tunzang Zhao in the number 67, who's gone into the Audi. Pao Li has made his way up into the 14th position in the number 325 JTP Racing Aston Martin. Then a pair of Lexus, that is Sean McElliott, who is in the 96, followed by Van William van Omen in the number 338. Then Marcel Heinrich in the 108 Bentley Boys machine, doing a great job inside the top 20. Then Sam Butters in the number 74. That is the Seawolf Net Trace Ferrari, having a decent showing. The only Ferrari inside the top 20 at the moment. Then finally the 193 Patrick Nemofsky in the drive-through racing Lexus. Interesting, I haven't seen a drive-through from them yet, so they need to live up to their name, I'd assume. And then Lucas Carl, who we were discussing a little bit earlier, the number 234R Motorsport Aston Martin rounds out the top 20.
Yeah, I'll be very disappointed if we get to the end of a 9-hour period and Team Drive-Thru Racing haven't matched expectations. So we'll have to keep a close eye on them and see what they get up to. Just an interesting note. Obviously, we are, in terms of Silk Class, as Stefan, I've just noticed, I think has just come into the pits from what would have been P2. This camera system is not making itself very easy for me to locate him, but I can see the pit stop symbol next to his name. So it'll be interesting to see, as so does Andrex as well. So yeah, Macaulay taking over from Parker and already driving off well into the distance at the moment. So it'll be interesting to see exactly what the gap comes out to be. And yeah, Macaulay, another very, very good driver, especially in the Lexus. I believe that's actually the car that he is using in the current AOR seasons. So he's definitely going to be feeling like he's on home territory at the moment. So very good driver lineup so far for the guys that have been leading this race for such a long time. But Stan Greet, I believe, is still yet to make a pit stop. Sorostov, I think, is still in net P4. But I think that Mr. Kubica has made his next pit stop.
Come in as well.
Okay. Yes. So I thought I saw that Andrix has already come in pits, unless that's an error with the animation on my screen, which it could well be. But as there's a Lexus, just trying to, I'm going the wrong way. That was actually our leader making a mistake, so Macaulay not keeping it quite as clean and calm and cool as his teammate has been during his stint, losing a good handful of seconds there, 209 exactly on that last lap after that mistake through turn 14. So maybe just finding his feet little bit in the car. He's obviously got a huge gap to work with to the cars behind, so he doesn't have to worry too much. But it is unsettling as a driver when you get to a car and you think that you just had the gauntlet absolutely put in front of you. With like the level of standard that he has to try to live up to in comparison to a teammate. And there's a yellow flag somewhere in turn 11. I didn't see who that was.
Well, if you're Joe McCulley in the leading car after a spin like that, I'd have to imagine a minute lead over second place certainly doesn't hurt your confidence, even with a mistake such as that. And looking at the lap times, last lap times, Marco Ripper in the 5:14, he's taken over for Stefan Zero in the 5:14, and Andres UK stays in the 55, but has run a 2:51 that last lap, and that's interesting. A 3:02.5 from Ripper that last time around. So has he had some sort of an incident? He's been over a minute off the pace, unless that includes him coming across the line that last time. That may be the case that he has. That's the in lap and the out lap. 2 minutes for the in lap, 3 minutes for the out lap. As we see Andres UK come across the line, having run a 2:23, which was significantly faster than Marco Ripper in the out lap. So that is going to be interesting to see how much of a gap he will have been able to pull together on Marco that last time around.
Yeah, so I'm pretty certain that those laps, one way or another, include something to do with pit stops. So we'll have our general idea of pace next time round. Noticed also Mr. Van Orman in 15th position has got himself a drive-through penalty. So
leaders as well.
Say that again?
That's the sister car to the leaders. That's the ML Frey Lexus Racing number 338, and leaders is the number 889 from ML Frey Lexus Racing.
Yeah, well, hopefully not foreshadowing anything else in terms of our lead driver set in terms of what their race is looking at. They've had a for the most part very clean, trouble-free race so far, and I haven't seen anything to suggest that they've been going around accumulating many warnings. But yeah, so for Mr. Van Orman, that is going to be a rather disappointing part of his race, and that will make him drop quite significantly down the order, I think. There has been a bit of a reshuffle then in Silver Class since the Aston Martin, as I've just found, Sergio Mendes down in P29 seems to have had an incident, I believe, on the exit of turn 7, where he's got it all wrong and spun halfway up the straight. Either that or he's aquaplaned on the puddles on the inside. Has now managed to carry on, but definitely losing some time. But yeah, Mr. Kubica, so he's managed to take over from Cody and put that car back into P2 in the Silver Class. In terms of lap times, it'd be interesting to see, because Pavel is, I believe, doing his either potentially his first flying lap after leaving the pits, or it will be the one after. So it'd be interesting to see what the pace difference is between those two. It doesn't look like, in terms of the Nissan pairing, that Cody has been the faster driver so far. So we shall see, but we haven't seen Pavel yet in the car. So I think that's a fairly representative time, perhaps on the last lap. So 2:05.544, and then we will jump on board and wait for Kubica to come across the line and see what he's able to do, and whether or not it will be likely for him to start trying to close that gap to regain that P1 position at 2:03.9. So that is a significant pace difference. So it could be that Pavel's just getting a bit more settled into the car. You know, he hasn't. I think these are the first laps in the race for him so far, and he hasn't been out of the pits for very long. So he could still be getting the car warmed up. He knows that he's got a decent gap, and perhaps he's trying to avoid what McCall has already demonstrated that you can do, where even when you're not under pressure, you can still make unforced errors and sacrifice time. So we'll see how or if his pace changes during the next few laps, and whether or not that potentially means that Kubica ends up becoming a bit more in contention to start clawing that gap back and putting that Nissan for teams low enough in a position to potentially win the silver class from this event.
Indeed, and the battle for the lead certainly not getting any more exciting at this moment. But we certainly have had no lack of excitement throughout the field. Still trying to get a hold of some interviews for those watching. Of course, a pleasure having all of you with us on the Apex Online Racing YouTube channel, following along with us for 9 hours at the Circuit Paul Ricard in Le Castellet, France. 6:30 p.m. the local time, 17 degrees ambient and track temperature. That is, of course, centigrade, and the winds picked up to about 14 kilometers an hour in the southeast direction. So that's certainly making things no better for these drivers in the rainy conditions. A rainy Saturday in France, who would have guessed that?
Yeah, absolutely. And just looking at a bit of a dive here, actually, for battle for 22nd position between Stefan Mos and the Lamborghini of Volkan, and Volkan seems to have got the position done.
And if it just as that position happened, a 15-second penalty popping up at 14. We did see with the driver's name escapes me, but one of the other drivers of that team actually had an incident coming onto the back straightaway. So I would imagine that's what the 15-second time penalty is for, but he continues to battle hard with that Lamborghini ahead, the number 83. He'll look to the outside line to try to make a move. Certainly nothing quite there. He will swing it around the outside and just pretty much lets it go.
And so does Volkan. Actually has a huge moment.
Oh, and that will be the pass done back again, or at least side by side here going into the next couple of corners. This is going to be interesting to see if he will get back around. Oh, a little bit of a dive there. Has to hit the brakes late. Basically parked it on the apex to the number 14, Aston Martin. And then just getting involved in it now is 24th. That is Jack Simpson, not too far behind it, number 16 Lamborghini. He's going to try to get involved here. Of course, the 14 car will have to serve that penalty. So this virtually a battle between the 83 and 16 coming down the straightaway. The 16 tight underneath the rear diffuser, the rear wing of that Lamborghini Huracan GT3 ahead of him. Will he pull out to the inside coming down the straightaway? Yes, he does. Comes to the right-hand side to the bumper of the car ahead of him. Vulcan going to try to defend heading into the corner. We've seen a couple of good defense moves from him. They're side
oh,
by
no!
side. Oh, and it looks like one of them has not made it through.
Yeah, Volkan on the entry. Yeah.
It is actually, that's an unfortunate moment, but it is kind of funny from my perspective. The camera angle I was looking at, they basically disappeared off my screen, and then the camera angle changed, and only one of them reappeared.
Oh, as far as the live stream captured it, yeah, Volkan did just seem to get a bit shoved by there. I think maybe Simpson was just perhaps a little bit too eager to outbrake him. In doing so, didn't quite turn in as early as Volkan was expecting him to, resulting in the contact. Volkan did, I think, quite a good job actually of keeping that car pointing the right way and recovering that, because once you go off the tarmac, yes, it's better run off and a lot more controllable than something like grass and gravel, but it is very slippery. You know, there's little to no rubber being laid down on that part of the track, and it's in very, very wet conditions, so that's almost as slippery as some of the other parts of the track limits here. But Simpson, undeterred by the contact, is looking just as racy as he approaches the back of the Aston Martin, and you would have to imagine that he's done the, well, a slightly unclean move, but he has done the move up to turn 10 once already. So it'd be interesting. Let's see what the speed differential is between the Lamborghini of Simpson and this Aston Martin. We've already discussed that the Aston Martins don't seem to be losing out as much as you would usually expect them to under normal circumstances. So can Simpson do anything with the toe coming off his Aston Martin? Straight just seems to go on forever, so he's going to have a look. Is he a bit too far away? I think he's got enough alongside, and now there's been contact. Actually, somehow, very, very well done from Stefan. Yeah.
That's driving from the 16, the team green light driver, Jack Simpson, as he actually overdrives the corner, ends up off the track. Somebody on that team needs to tell him to pull the reins back, because if he keeps this up, they're going to be looking at a severe penalty, and all this hard racing will be for naught. And especially because the 14 already has a 15-second time penalty, I feel like he has more time to be patient with him. And not too far ahead, there's actually a battle for 20th position. Victor trying to hold off. That is Sam Butters, putting some pressure on him, and the number 74 Ferrari. And I'm not sure if it's just me, but it actually looks like the rain has picked up significantly. So the conditions certainly not getting any better as the rain continues to fall here in the French city of Le Castellet. And it looks like the Sim Brothers car pulls away in the first sector, but not sure if that has been just any sort of an advantage for the Aston Martins, which seem quite strong in the first sector, particularly, or potentially if that pass has really been done. No, it actually does look like the Ferrari is very strong. Oh, nearly shows the nose to the inside in this wide sweeping right-hand corner. Going to continue to put the pressure on. That's the 74 putting pressure on the 137. The 137 is actually in the pro category, so this is not a past 4 position in category, but rather only overall, and not quite able to stay too close in the slipstream is Sam Butters coming onto that straightaway. Now we'll look a little bit further back to that battle between the 14 and the 16. The 16 getting another huge run down the straightaway, swerving, back and forth, trying to keep some heat in those tires as they aquaplane across the back straightaway. Gonna really send it in there and go wide on the exit. Certainly a lot of drivers utilizing, I should say taking advantage of the track limits or lack thereof in that area to push the cars to the absolute limit coming off of that long straightaway. You're at your maximum velocity coming down that straightaway. You're trying to brake in wet conditions, which makes it that much more difficult, impossible for some, in fact. And yet these drivers still continue to push it to the absolute limits of what these cars are capable of.
Yeah, well, I think we had a perfect example of that yesterday during the qualifying session for the Spa 24 Hours. Obviously, slightly different circumstances surrounding the exploitation behind the track limits there. But just interestingly to note, that battle for 20th position, while we were keeping an eye on those, on the battle between the 16 and 14 car, these two guys did swap positions. So Sam Butters now ahead of Victor Nordqvist, and we'll see if he is able to pull away on that last lap. There was about 0.8 of a second difference between the pair of them, and yeah, particularly in this latter part of the first sector, the Ferrari very, very strong. You know, has a very good aero package on it, and these longer high-speed corners are where it begins to shine. I think part of the reason why the Aston Martin is so good in that first sector, it has exceptional brakes, and also just because of the lack of torque it actually puts out, it's very good on traction in those slow speed corners when the downforce is peeled off. But it's looking like Victor's going to try around the outside. It's going to be very brave. There's contact between them in the middle of the corner. and the pair of them, I think, realised that it was all getting a bit close for comfort and kind of back out of it and have a temporary truce of making sure they don't wipe each other out of the race entirely. So that was a very bold move by a car that's already been involved in a few incidents in this race. But yeah, definitely, you know, turn 10. It's one of the only corners on the circuit really where there's a decent overtaking opportunity. But you know, in these wet conditions especially, it's so difficult trying to get that right. As Stefan has actually gone very wide, given opportunity for Simpson in the number 16, is trying to go around the outside of the final corner. He's going to see if he can get traction, but he is out on that curb. I don't know if he's going to get the amount of acceleration out of that he wants. He might be slightly marginally along the inside going in towards turn 1. That Lamborghini has got good straight line speed. Not unusual considering what we've seen. But he does decide to actually back out of that one, although 14 car goes a little bit deep, so we compromise through turn 2. Simpson might try to come back at him. He's got a better exit. You can see he's closing. Going to have the inside as they go toward turn 3. We've already seen these guys come together once. There's actually contact with them again in the braking zone. 14 car completely missing the corner. 16 go around, and the 14 will slow down and rejoin behind the number 16 there, but I wouldn't be surprised given how close he is that he's flashing his lights there. I don't think too happy with the driving standards from Simpson there, which is perhaps understandable. There's already been in the albeit small percentage of this race where these guys have been battling, already been quite a bit of history between them, and Stefan, I think, you know, it was his teammate that was involved and somewhat responsible for other incidents occurring beforehand. As just to make a note, I believe that yeah, Nordqvist has actually now made it past Butters again. So these guys continuing to battle as well. So the Ferrari struggling for straight line speed, and I'm assuming that, you know, the Astons, like we said, they've been surprisingly good in a straight line today. And just seems to have been able to practically walk past Butters on that straight. So Sam with it all to do if he wants to try to reclaim that position. Does look like Simpson was able to hold off any sort of form of challenge from Stefan there. But there is also a recovering Volcan who will be eyeing up Stefan potentially as his next target. So this battle constantly lingering around this 20th position. I don't know what it is about this this number today, but it just seems that if you're around this area, you seem destined to have hard-fought battles that sometimes are just a bit too hard-fought and end up resulting in some contact and even some penalties in certain situations. So some interesting racing still going on up and down the field.
Indeed, and that lead car continues to stretch out. Looking at our PitWall Live data.
Sorry, just a huge off for Everink in the 11th place Lexus, who's now going to come under pressure from the McLaren 650S of Assetto, who might have a good run out of here, although in actual fact he's partly looking like he's under pressure from being unlapped from Victor Nordqvist and Sam Butters, and this could all get rather uncomfortable. We've got the McLaren in tow of the Lexus, which is going to be punching a very big hole in the air. We've got an Aston Martin that we already know is to be quite aggressive and is good in a straight line. So this is not the position. This is the Aston Martin trying to unlap himself. So you are allowed to do this as long as you don't impede the other car, and Assess does relinquish the position fairly easily, but in doing so does lose quite a bit of time to the Lexus, as Sam Butters now all over the rear bumper of that McLaren as well. So in the space of just a few corners, so you know, some of these guys, they're higher up in terms of position, but their pace at this point in the race is not necessarily reflecting that. Yeah, please continue with what you found with PitWall.
No, not at all. Certainly a lot of action on track, some groups forming up at the lap track. I've been taking a look at some of the data from our PitWall Live. 1 minute and 19 seconds, as we see Sam Butters go for a spin. But 1 minute and 19 seconds now the gap for the leader. So we saw a spin at the beginning of the stint for McCulley, but he has now gotten well into his rhythm and has gapped the number 514 by well over a minute. Then the other cars have really plateaued. The top 5, with the exception of our leader, have all stayed rather steady, not gaining or losing too much on each other aside from a few tenths per lap. So the front of the field staying well together, but it's really further in the pack. Some of these positions between 15th and 25th that are really being contested here. And these are the positions we're going to have to pay good attention to, because if you are just joining us and don't know yet, we do have 2 different classes racing today, 2 different trophies that will be handed out at the end of 9 hours here in Le Castellet. The silver category, indicated by the gray background with white numbers, and the white background with black numbers, indicates our pro category. So certainly no shortage of action throughout the field, despite being already nearly halfway through the race, but about an hour away from halfway here now. 5 hours and 23 minutes elapsed at 6:45 local time, and still a good way to go. And another thing to consider is we're going to see the sun come down in the next several hours. The race will end just past 10 p.m. local time. So we will certainly see the sun go down and make this ever more interesting. The only thing worse than it being rainy and slick and having no grip is it being rainy, slick, and having no grip, and also having no visibility whatsoever. So this is going to be certainly quite interesting for these drivers to keep a hold of the to keep a hold of the track. First of all, if the conditions get too bad, we certainly don't want to see a red flag. But also for these drivers to keep control of the cars and not make any mistakes.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be tricky conditions for these guys to try to navigate in. Yeah, you know, we've already seen that this has already been a very incident-filled race, as is, without the additional complications of even more limited visibility than before. So it's going to be interesting when we get into that portion of the race. Currently searching around to see if there's any on-track battles going on in particular. Just on an interesting note, still saying that our pole position Lamborghini is still suffering with that damage on the bonnet, so definitely has been in the wars at some point, and you would expect that to be repaired at the next pit stop. Just looking at the Class 2 battle, so we have Kubica still lapping in the low 204s, and Pavel on that last lap, could have been still traffic, but Pavel on that last lap, a 205.7. But I think actually he got overtaken by Van der Velde during the course of that lap, so that would potentially explain why he lost some time. So it'd be interesting to see what his next lap is like when he should be running in effectively clean air, and see what that might imply for what we can expect with the future of this Class 2 battle. But just trying to find then if there are any other key battles going on here.
Well, I have actually gotten some information on the number 8 Aston Martin from VP Racing. We were talking about them a little bit earlier. They were running inside the top 4 in class and having a really strong running. But after a conversation with Mike Skeppers, who started the car, Merlin Cooper, his teammate from Austria, now in the car behind the wheel. Apparently, they had an incident with a back marker and had to pit to repair the damage. And when they pit to repair the damage, they had the wrong strategy selected, ended up coming out on slick tires for a lap. And that was back when the rain was even worse than it is currently. And then had to immediately come back in to pit for wets, and have now been relegated back to the 30th position, well off of the lead in class and lead overall.
Yeah, so that's that's definitely very interesting about what that implies on the current standings. I was just keeping an eye also on the lap times of our top drivers. So Macaulay seems to have found his rhythm, but yeah, the rain has definitely increased. Macaulay in his rhythm now doing 202.7s, which in comparison to a lot of the drivers on the field is very, very, very quick. But the fact that that's not particularly close to hitting those 201s, and that the majority of our drivers are in the region of 203s, 204s, as kind of critically, one of both drivers who seems to have found a bit more of a groove at this point in the race is Mr. Kubica, now dropping into 203s again to a 203.8, where meanwhile the silver class leader doing a 204.4. So there's still quite a gap separating these two teams, but we still have just under 5.5 hours to go. So there is plenty of time for that gap to come down. And as we know, Mr. Kubica, I think he would probably agree in saying that his pace has been a little bit slower than that of Cody Pride's. And so when Cody eventually gets back into the car, you would expect that perhaps the rate of closing would actually increase. So if it stays like it is, as speaking of Pavel and Vandal go very wide up at turn 10, I would be surprised if that didn't count as a warning, because they just will carry a lot of speed, but completely drove past the track limits. Yeah, so if that sort of offset continues throughout the race, we could be looking at a rather interesting battle in perhaps 2 or 3 hours time between our top two silver class drivers, as Pavel actually is having a rather torrid time at the moment in general, so maybe that might happen sooner than we think. I'd be interested to see what sort of lap time this is from Pavel this time around, but making several mistakes on that lap. I would imagine it'd be 205s, maybe even 206s, 205.3. If we then compare that to the likes of Mr. Kubica, if I can find him. Seems to be eluding me at the moment.
Well, the interesting thing, I've been paying attention to some of the chat in the Discord, and it seems that the general consensus is that the track is starting to get really, really bad, especially in Sector 3. There are some puddles that go completely across the track, and to quote one of the drivers, he said that if you go even 1 millimeter offline, you just understeer into a puddle, off the track and into another puddle. That makes it even more difficult to drive. So the conditions certainly not getting any easier for these drivers, and it's going to continue to be a challenge for the next 5 hours and 15 minutes. Certainly a long time before these drivers will be able to get their virtual towels out to dry themselves off. And I'm sure some of them will need actual towels with how sweaty it will be driving without how crazy the conditions have been. A lot of counter steering, I would have to imagine, even down the straightaway. So there really is no rest for the weary in this case during in these conditions here at the Circuit Paul Ricard.
Yeah, absolutely. They are pretty relentless at the moment, and you're right. It is just constant, unforgiving levels of concentration. And but this is the interesting thing about how these guys have set up their cars. There'll be some that came in like Jardier, who is perhaps continuing to regret his decision further and further. Of using a dry setup, although his team in general, there's contacts actually between Volcan and who was that? That was Simpson. So not the first time that we've seen both of those names come up in incidents, and on the back straight, actually had more contact between them. Back marker of George Kakowski getting out of the way then. But yeah, so those guys coming together, I think for more than one time. I know both of these guys have been involved in at least one incident. I'm tempted to suggest that they might have been involved in one together. So still continuing to go on as they have started and battle out, perhaps unnecessarily hard. You know, we haven't even reached the halfway point in this race. The conditions are worse than ever, and these guys are managing to hit each other in a straight line. Potentially, you could put part of that down to that plane we're talking about. As Simpson actually then loses it under braking. It almost plows straight into the back of Volcan, and does slow down very sufficiently to sacrifice any sort of time potentially gained. But that could potentially leave him vulnerable to Butters, who was at one point behind Victor Nordqvist, who is now several seconds behind him. So I'm not sure what happened there, whether or not Victor had an incident at some point. I don't think it's too small a gap to involve pitting. And speaking of pitting, we have Alexis in P16 at the moment, Nevsovsky, who has come into the pits. So perhaps a little bit early for
a
his
drive-through, disappointingly.
Oh, is that team drive-through?
That is the drive-through racing team, and he's come in for a pit stop, but not for a drive-through. That is unfortunate.
It's okay. We still have 5 hours and 13 minutes to go to fulfill the prophecy. As I come across a recovering BMW on the exit of turn 14, so having some issues of his own in these tricky conditions. But yeah, returning kind of back to what I was commenting on a while back before being distracted by some of the other battles, was some of these guys probably came in with somewhat compromising setups, where they would have tried to average the conditions so that they had a car that worked in both the dry and the wet. But the problem is you end up at this point, and yes, you've potentially had a car that was pretty good in the wet in the earlier conditions, but then if it's, if your ride height's too low and you're aquaplaning all over the place at this stage in the race, the amount of time that you lose hand over fist will completely outweigh the time that you potentially lost as Van Olmen goes up the inside of the Audi, who then runs a bit wide, loses traction on the exit of turn 12, and will have to lose the position. So Van Olmen making up some time there after his drive-through penalty, I believe, that he had to serve earlier. The car quite clearly has had a good pace today with the best lap of 2 minutes 1.8, so up there with some of the fastest times, but consistency has been slightly further away from what he would have wanted to have found. But yeah, if this weather continues to either pick up further or just even if it stays as it is, this could really then start to highlight how far these guys go with making a stable setup for these extreme wet conditions. Because there's, besides tyre pressures and compounds and some electronic adjustments, there's not much that these guys can do now. And all of those other parameters will be fixed in place, and they are making do with what they decided to start with. So it's going to be interesting to see how this transpires in the next hour or so, depending on what this weather does.
All right, so we have another interview. Now with us is shoe race engineer James. James, tell us about a little bit about yourself and your role with the shoe racing team.
Yeah, hi. I'm James. I'm one of the race engineers for the team. I currently do automotive engineering at Sheffield Hallam. And we kind of decided with the sheer lack of real world racing going on, we thought me and James would kind of get this race team together to see how we get on the online aspect of things and give our sponsors a little bit more exposure, seeing as we're not doing as much real world racing.
Oh, will you be getting into the car, or are you solely serving as a race engineer?
No, I'm solely serving as the race engineer because I don't have a PC powerful enough to run the game or a rig or anything. So I just watch the others essentially play video games and tell them off every now and again, or just basically tell them what to do.
Well, that is the job of the race engineer.
Yeah.
So tell us a little bit about what you've been doing in terms of strategy. Tell us about each of the 3 cars, where they ended up in the splits, and what your goals are, and if you've been able to, how many of them you've been able to accomplish.
Yeah, so for this race, I spent a lot of time just on the strategies, just going back and forth on fuel loads and how many stops we should do, how many laps we should do per stop. And then we got into the race server, obviously, and it started wet. So it was like, oh no. And so then we had to kind of take a gamble whether to go on dry setup or wet setup. And obviously we didn't know how long this rain's going to last, so we winged it and went with a dry setup in the hope that it will clear up. And at the moment, all it's doing is showing all just signs of rain throughout both servers. We went into this race quite optimistic because we obviously had one team that made it into split 1, so they did quite well, and that's the 361 team. But since it's gone wet, they've just had a whole heap of issues just trying to control the car. Same throughout the grid mostly. Our second car at the moment, 233, they're having a whole heap of issues. I think one of our drivers, the mapping for their pit limiter broke, so we got some drive-through penalties and some stop-goes because we sped in the pit lane by accident. We do have one car going really well at the moment. That's the 111 car, driven by Olaf and Harlan, and they're currently 10th at the moment. That's in split 2. So they're managing it really well. We're just trying to get back on track with the strategies at this point, and hoping it gets dry.
So how exciting has it been transitioning from your normal real world experience with racing and coming into the world of esports in the AOR community?
It's been a lot busier because obviously in real world you really only have to stick with one car, and you can kind of really focus on that. But coming into this, we've obviously had 3 cars, one of which signed up quite late. I think it was either Wednesday or Thursday. So we didn't have long to get them set up, get them familiar with the tracks, with the cars. So it's been a really busy couple of days just trying to get as much prep in as possible. But
What is
yeah.
your role with the real world car?
Well, I did do some volunteering with a team called Richardson Racing, where I was one of the race engineers for the Ginetta Juniors. So over when it was like lockdown, I did quite a lot of testing with them.
Or anything else you'd like to mention, or anyone you'd like to thank, since you have the opportunity here on the stream? Of course, we're glad to have you with us here, joining us in the AOR community, and hope to have you for a long time to come.
Yeah, it's good to be here. It's a nice thing to get involved in, especially just to give our sponsors a little bit more airtime and a little bit more exposure. So we've obviously got the Solvay car, we've got Idea, which the Idea car's in split 1. We've got our Solvay car number 111, and they're in split 2. And then we've got our 233 car, which is just that's our Sheffield Hallam Formula Racing branding. So we're trying to get out there as much as possible, show what we can do, get involved in this a lot more, because it's a nice way to do something as a team, get everyone involved, and hopefully have some fun.
It's been a pleasure having you up with us in the box, and pleasure having you and the rest of your team in the race, and we can't wait to hear from you more in the future.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure. See you soon.
Yeah, cheers, thanks for coming in.
All right, so now to look at the top of the field, not much has changed. Still a pretty big gap for the lead for Joe McCulley, who has really gotten into a good rhythm with that car. The pace continues to slow down, a 203.5 fastest lap that last time by Marco Ripper in P2, the 514. But it seems the conditions are getting ever worse, as nobody now has run within a 202, and that's the first time basically through the entire race that we have seen the pace drop off this much. Going to be interesting to see exactly how much more it will drop off depending on the conditions, and if it will improve at all in the coming 5 hours. Just about approaching 5 hours remaining in the race, 7:05 the local time. The track temperature and the ambient temperature continue to drop, now 16 degrees centigrade for both ambient and track temperature, 14 kilometers an hour the wind to the southwest currently. That's been blowing all over the place, certainly giving the drivers no comfort, has that wind blowing all over the track. Andrex UK continues to try to close the gap to the car ahead, but all the top three that last time ran 2:03.5s. So very, very close among the top five. And actually, I stand corrected. Joe McCulley has run a 2:02.5 that last time, just to prove me wrong about the pace falling off. He's managed to gain a second that last time on Marco Ripper.
Yeah, well, during the space of that last interview, there was a couple of interesting moments. We had quite an interesting sequence of events involving none other than Simpson and Volcan again, as there is a yellow flag down in turn 4 and 5. I don't think I can get there quick enough to see who that is that was involved there. But down into turn 10, the wheel bashing going on the corner entry, and then to the point at which Simpson got fired off into the runoff, carried so much speed through there and cut back onto the track. They actually came out ahead of Volcan, but then promptly carried too much speed into turn 11 and spun himself round. We also saw Butters getting past Victor Norquist, and has actually made quite a good attempt at gapping him, as it's all getting quite scrappy into turn 1 at the moment. We've got Stefan still carrying that 15-second penalty, but right on the back of Lucas Carl, so there'll be quite an interesting battle going on between these two if it doesn't happen already. Down towards turn 3, can Stefan make a move on the inside? It's going to be tight, they give each other room. Nice racing respect there. Stefan's going to try carrying speed on the outside, that won't be able to happen. Nowhere to go on the inside, but Lucas does actually run a little bit wide. That's going to give the opportunity now to Stefan on the inside of turn 6, and he will carry that momentum through to turn 7, which has now given Joshua Griffin Meek in the Lexus an opportunity to get a really good run on the Aston Martin. But this is all going to get very interesting. We have a double slipstream going up towards turn 10. Joshua Griffith last in that queue, but doesn't seem to quite have the same straight line speed as the Aston of Lucas, who's now looking to try to come back, actually going Daniel Ricciardo style onto the blue runoff apron. The Lexus now trying to come up the outside as they head towards turn 10. 3 wide. I don't think this is going to happen, boys. You try and keep it clean through there. Stefan actually ended up coming off worse out of all of it, and somehow Joshua comes out, taking that outside line, swooping around the outside, and gaining 2 positions in 1. And Stefan thought he'd managed to actually make a good move then, and then half a lap later lost it and another one. So, well, I mean, congratulations on managing to keep that one clean, but that was definitely a bit dicey for my liking. And once again, reinstating that there is no no sense anytime soon that these drivers are going to be stopping from pushing. An interesting point though, while these guys have been battling, is that Cody Pride is now back into the Nissan. And speaking of those incredible lap times that Joe McCauley has been setting, Stefan actually has a look at the inside turn 1. That's not going to quite happen, but he does concede for now and just fall behind. But I believe on the last lap I checked, Cody Pride was only about 0.7 of a second slower than McCauley, which relative to the rest of the field was very, very good pace. And it is still currently Pavel in the Aston Martin that is currently the silver class leader. So I imagine fairly soon, see if I can find the gap between Cody Pride and there is our silver class leader. I do believe I'm actually going the wrong way up the leaderboard. So Everink on the back straight at the moment with where is Cody Pride relative to him? So he's actually only just starting to come onto the back straight now. So I do believe that Everink is actually a pit stop behind the number 33 car of Cody Pride, but that does still go on to emphasise just how much of a gap there is between these guys. But bearing in mind, that does mean that Cody Pride has actually done an extra pit stop, or team slow enough on the whole done an extra pit stop than Pavel, our current class leaders. So it'll be interesting to see once they do their next stop how this battle resumes, because at the moment Cody Pride going very, very quickly indeed, around similar sort of pace to faster than some of our top 5 on many occasions, whereas Pavel's just struggling a little bit in comparison for pace. So it's going to be interesting to see how that battle unfolds as we try to find the next closest battle that we actually have going on circuit at the moment.
And just responding to a comment in chat regarding the livery on the 14, some of the liveries are not showing up by way of a glitch from Assetto Corsa. I actually did check, and his skin is in the skin pack, but has not shown up on the car, so that's got to be on the end of Assetto Corsa. But while John continues to look for some close battles here, I'd like to also do another shout out for PitWall.Live. They have been providing our live data, timing, and scoring, which is free and available to all of our viewers. So I will put a link in the chat for everyone to take a look at. You go in there, register with Google, Facebook, or email, whatever's easiest for you, and you will be able to see the stream live, comparing to live data, seeing all the cars on track, as well as being able to compare lap times directly between the drivers. And speaking of which, I've been studying some of that live here, and I'm looking at it. The top 5 have basically not changed at all in terms of their pace, barely separating, especially between 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th, but then 1st place continues to just inch ahead. Looking at it from all the way back on lap 94, it was 1 minute and 16 seconds the gap. Now 1 minute and 28.4 seconds the gap between our leader in the 889 and 2nd place in the 514, but still Lexus locking out the podium positions at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. A very dominant performance. I've just found a rather poorly looking Nissan down in 25th position, who seems to have had quite the facial reconstruction. I'm assuming that's through a rather intimate meeting with a wall or another car, if I was to imagine. But I just want to highlight, on the last lap, I know I keep on talking about him, but Cody Pride did a 2:02.7, which is astonishingly fast considering that car is in the silver class category, and relative to so many of our top drivers, Andres last lap 203.1, Cooley 202.6, and barely a 0.6 of that. So that just really goes to highlight how well that Nissan is working around this circuit, and the Cody Pryor is driving the absolute wheels off of it. And if I try to track down where our current Class 2 leader, Class 2 Silver Class leader is, if I can actually find him at some point. Like I said, I do apologise for the, there he is, a 204.9 on that last lap, so actually losing almost around 2 seconds. Now admittedly it does look like Pavel has had some traffic to deal with of his own, but that gap is definitely coming down, and bear in mind it's only as large as it is because there is actually Pavel is currently a pit stop behind the number 33 Nissan. So with just under 5 hours to go, I very much suspect that we are going to have a fight on our hands for this silver class win as we progress, because Cody Pryor now and Mr. Kibitsu did a very solid stint in his second drive in the car. Definitely seemed to have got that Nissan into a really good sweet spot, even considering how these conditions have got worse. And it's interesting to note how the fact that the track temperature has continuously got colder, most likely due to us getting onto later on in the day, as we hop onto a battle between Antonis McCormack, who goes very wide in turn 11. Is actually going to leave the door completely open, almost has contact with the number 16 Maximilian, looking up the inside. That car having been involved in a number of incidents already so far, don't make it another one. I don't think there was a whole lot that Antonis could do about that. That Nissan has definitely seen better days, and yeah, it's going to be interesting. We might have a battle that could potentially develop between Ersan and Maximilian. The two Lamborghinis might be dueling it out for P25, as Antonis does actually come into the pits to repair the damage. Interestingly, that was very close actually. Assetto Corsa coming out in the 991 Aston Martin. Coming out the pit lane exit, there was a Lamborghini, the Lamborghini actually of Giardier, which is, I'm not sure, I can't tell if he has overtaken in 4th position. So Giardier has come out ahead of that Aston Martin for the time being. But that was quite close on the exit of the pit lane there. Valentine actually having to take to the inside of the blue apron on the far side of the track to avoid the Lambo that was coming barreling down the start-finish straight. So we'll see if Corsa is able to come back at all and try to fight Jardier back for that P7 position.
And now we have an interview ready to go here. It'll have to be quick, but we have our good friend and server overlord Heiko with us in the booth finally. Heiko, how's your race been so far, both as a driver and as a steward?
Hello, guys. So far, our race has been a little bit disappointing, but clearly I'm not here to talk about myself. So yeah, our race is fine, but I'm more interested in the whole picture of how things are going about servers, and I see both servers are pretty wet and have been for a long time. So yeah, not
Well,
really
we
what
did
we.
have some, we had some interesting comments in YouTube chat and also in the Discord chat saying that the sorting hasn't been great. I disagree. Can you give some of the viewers a little bit of a glimpse or some insight into what you guys have to deal with as stewards and people running the server to keep track of as many drivers as you do have to keep track of?
Well, first of all, let me start with saying that it's far too easy to just call a whole process of stewarding poor or low quality or whatsoever. These individuals that are saying such things have no idea what's going on in the background. They don't know who all is involved, how many people are investing their spare time to take care of such things voluntarily. So yes, first of all, big shout out to all the stewards, and we are as always trying our very best to punish the drivers that did wrong. And of course, people are allowed to disagree also after the punishment has been handed out by race control. But again, it's way too easy to just based on the few things that you see to then judge that stewarding has been poor or something.
Indeed, and that's why I wanted to give you a chance to really tell your side of the story and let the people viewing know just how much goes into it. Now, at a track like Paul Ricard, even in Formula One, we see lots of issues with abuse of track limits. How have you guys been dealing with that, and have you had any issues so far with the drivers, or have they been generally well behaved?
In general, it is expected that when there is rain on both servers, that the amount of inquiries written will be higher than when it would have been a dry race. This is simply because it's more difficult to control the car and more difficult to drive next to each other without something going wrong. So yes, we did expect after we saw the start of the race being rainy, we did expect the amount of inquiries to be higher this time than previous events. But all things considered, I believe that it's still going all right. Of course, there is on a track like this, especially in the rain, where the game is considered to be a little bit too lenient on track limits. Yes, of course there is a little bit of abuse going on, but I don't think it is too much. Also, these conditions cause for a lot of times a car going wide, for example. So as long as they don't cut a corner and gain a second or more, and as long as it's accidentally that they go off track, then we will not investigate it.
Well, my final question before I let you go back to your team would be more along the lines of general AOR ACC community. We've seen teams like Shoe Racing Team come in and really be accepted into the AOR community with open arms. First of all, how do you create such a welcoming community when the driving is so competitive? And also, do you anticipate any sort of changes in future races, or do you think that we're really on the right track for success as a community?
I do think we're going in the right direction, and the first thing that is important in creating a welcoming community is the people that organize it all need to be friendly, and I think we have a bunch of great people involved, also in this event and also in the leagues in general, who are welcoming all these new drivers. And yeah, the SHU teams were a great example of this. They showed real dedication. They what they did was something I had personally not seen before. Entire forms being filled out with background info on themselves and such. yeah, if they show that sort of dedication, then I also believe that they deserve this welcoming first event where when they have a request that we also listen to them and help them as much as we can. And yeah, back to the general path where we're going with the events and stuff. We're still improving. For the next event, we will still change a couple of things. We've already seen that, for example, the pole sitters in server 1, what they did all week long, or at least which we saw on 3 evenings, is the fact that they were slipstreaming their way to the pole position. And of course, it's a thing that also happens in real life. And I don't want to accuse the pole sitters of this, because I have personally not seen anything of the way they were slipstreaming, but it can be done in a not so optimal way, which is when, for example, the car driving in front, who gives the tow to one of their teammates, decides to cut corners to give a tow another time on the next straight. Now, this is, for example, something that will be changed, because the possibility of people abusing this in qualifying sessions, yeah, that's a bit something that needs to be changed, and what we want to prevent from happening next time. So that's just one of the examples that we look at and we think like, all right, we need to improve this.
Well, it has been an absolute pleasure, as always, having you with us, Heiko. We thank you, as always, for the amazing work that you and your comrades have put into making this such an awesome league and such an awesome event for everyone to enjoy.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Cheers.
And we'll actually go straight into another interview. Going straight from one interview to another, Molly Baccio, now with us in the booth. Baccio, tell us about your team, who you're driving with, what split you're in, and how your race has been so far.
Wait, hold on. I'm really surprised positively that you managed to say Baccio right, because most of people say Baku or Bako. Thank you so much for that.
We got one name right today. We have succeeded.
I think I've watched too much Jimmy Broadbent.
Well, did he mention me or what? Anyway.
Wow. Too many botches.
Anyway, I'm from car number 41, the Moving Chicane Racing team, and we're a bit tired since we did the 12-hour mud course last week. We actually represented AOR, and nowadays we are in pro class of this race. I'm not sure about our position in class, because we really were recovering from a poor opening stint, where we lost, I think, even 10 positions basically on trying not to be aggressive and trying to keep it clean. But we are gaining momentum right now, and I just did my first stint here as the slowest guy, and I'm actually satisfied. I think I proved even more speed than I expected myself to do.
So, the track conditions have been pretty wild out there. From a driver's perspective, is the track still under control, or is it starting to get a little bit out of hand, as some people have been suggesting that it has been, though the stewards seem to have everything under control?
I'm not sure what I can tell you, because I didn't drive. It was my first stint now, but from comparing the point of view, from driver's point of view, and from chase cams, from heli cams, I was doing spotting. It seems that the track is getting soaked, and yeah, we're having a lot of puddles in some areas, and we are really struggling in some corners to keep it up.
Well, now that we're starting to see the sun come down, and the overcast will very soon turn to night within the next 4 hours, how much do you expect the challenge to increase? Is it going to be a huge difference, or will the headlights of these GT3 race cars be more than enough to make up for the lack of daylight?
Well, nighttime in rain is definitely one of the hardest conditions to drive. That's definitely another challenge, and another big challenge of this race. I do hope this rain will stop at some time and that we will actually have some dry lines towards the end. But as you said, it's turning to overcast and it's going to fall. The night is going to fall, so I don't really expect that we will be on dry tires anytime until the end of the race. So definitely a new challenge is setting place very soon, and we hope to profit from it because we really have a stable setup. We are surprised with how our car is good at wet conditions here. So basically, we are gaining momentum and we are hoping to rejoin the top 20 at least towards the end of the race.
Now, we've seen a few people who went with the McLaren as their car choice, and we've seen the McLarens really struggle in these rainy conditions. Was the car choice more centered around dry conditions and the speed that the car had in the dry, and it simply caught you off guard being in the wet? Or were you fully committed to the McLaren from the beginning?
Well, we did, the three of us, we tested all cars and we tested them both in dry and wet. And I'm actually surprised that you tell me this because McLaren was actually my favorite car in the wet apart from Lexus. So basically, our car choice was focused on wet conditions rather than dry. Maybe
So
we did something wrong there, didn't we?
well, we did see a lot of people. I spent a good bit of time just studying some of the practice and qualifying sessions as we actually just take a moment to note a few penalties on screen. A 5-second time penalty for the 83, 15 seconds for the 137, 15 seconds for the 9, and a drive through for the 46. Just to bring those on the stream in the loop. But back to the question. Um, I was studying some of the strategies that people were going with in practice and in qualifying, and a lot of people were trying to divide their time cleverly between spending time on a qualifying setup, a dry setup, and a wet setup. What did you put your priority on? Did you put all your eggs in one basket of the wet scenario, or did you try to divide your time?
Actually, our setup was made for quali, but with some minor readjustments, we found that it's actually really good in dry, and with another few minor adjustments, we found it very good in wet. So basically, um, our setup was made for quali, but it was an all-rounder. Oh, the crop spun it right now. I see it. Maybe I shouldn't tell you this, but
Yeah.
No, don't worry, I was watching. So
uh,
car number 41 goes for a spin, and really not too much of an issue. No contact, and just gets right back onto the track. So, did you have any goals set out coming into this race, or do you just kind of come in with the expectation of just trying to have fun and get the best result possible?
well, I would rather pick the latter one because we are here for fun. But of course, we tend to be very competitive, and we also devote a lot of time to our strategy, sometimes to our setups. Now it's hard because we're back-to-back endurance racing, but overall, we like the challenge, and it's a mountain to climb for us. And yeah, we enjoy it, and we certainly devote 100% of our focus today on it.
Well, it has been a pleasure having you up in the booth, and we thank you for continuing to represent the AOR community in other races and in our own events. We can't wait to see you in future events and see how you end up at the end of the next 4.5 hours or so.
Well, thank you guys. I'll be back in car in about an hour. Meanwhile, I'd like to thank you for doing the stream. And yeah, take care. Have a good evening.
Cheers, Andrew. Good luck, mate.
And I actually do want to take this opportunity as I actually have to get ready to go to work. I was called in last minute, so I am going to, in a few minutes' time, be handing you over to the more than capable hands of John here, who's been at the controls of the cameras, and give a huge shout out and ask that everybody please give a lot of credit and thanks to John for his commitment to doing the stream for this race. He's been a little bit nervous, admittedly, but I don't think anyone could have done any better of a job for the first time streaming a race like this. Certainly a really high commitment race, and John, you've been doing a spectacular job so far, and I'm sure you will do a great job even when I depart in a few minutes. Now, for any of those who want to interview, we would ask that you go into the Ready for Interview chat, and we'll try to help John out by dragging them in and out. And yeah, we appreciate all the support from the people watching on YouTube and from all the coordinators and supporters who have given us the platform to be here in the broadcast booth, bringing the live sound and pictures to you across the globe.
Well, thank you. I mean, thank you very much for joining me so far, Brayden. Obviously, work has to take priority, but it's been a pleasure having you in the comms box so far. And
yeah, that would be one hell of a conversation, wouldn't it? How'd you get fired? I didn't show up to work because I was live streaming a virtual race. Excellent.
I believe the phrase "the greater good" comes to mind. Well, yeah, it's been
ACC is definitely the greater good.
absolutely, and I shall hear no suggestion about it in any other way. But yeah, so thank you for joining me so far in the Cosbox, and I shall try to continue to stream this one to the end and live up to the expectations you have now provided the audience with.
Oh, don't worry, I'll make sure they know exactly how good this should be.
Well, on that note, then what I will do is I will divide the stream now, and we will be moving on to part 2 of the stream. I have to divide it up for YouTube upload reasons. So, if you guys would like to carry on watching, then once this stream ends, please find part 2, which should be up in just a few minutes' time, where you will join me until the end of what should hopefully be an exciting race. But for now, it will be a temporary bye from me and a goodbye from you, Brayden.
Cheers, everyone, and thank you for being with us.
See you soon.